shit.
Make the ground shake.
Hello, hello. Alright. So, welcome peoples. I know Cupcake was here before I even started stream. Cupcake was already... So yes, welcome Cupcake. Mau is here, Dan is here, hello, hello. Nabibbles is here, hello. You wanna be a potato? I'm a potato. Hooded is here, hello. Menace to society. Alright guys, so I'm hoping this works. It's currently still load shedding now. But I'm going to be playing a dumb little game for now while we sit and chat. How was everybody's weekend? Did you guys get up to anything? Did anything interesting happen? What did you uninstall? This game? Were you playing this game? Is it good? a friend just randomly messaged me and was like, hey, I think you should play this game, and I was like, what? So like I haven't done anything. I have no idea what's going on. I downloaded it probably a few days ago now, but yeah. You got to meet peeps! Oh shit, fam! I have not even started. I don't know what's going on. I see things flashing at me, but that's fine, we'll get there. Weekend was good, not enough sleep though. Oh no. What were you doing this weekend, Cupcake? They really want you to watch ads to get progress or pay monies. Oh, what the heck? That's not gonna happen. What? What? Yeah, cats and soup. Oh, I thought he was following my mouse. Release me! Oh, and he just chopped the carrots for me? Fantastic. Damn! With girlfriend and Sunday. Left there at 4 AM for work. Oh yeah, you did mention. We did a photo shoot with a milk bath. And the bathroom smells like milk now. Oh my god, Mao. You better bleach that entire bathroom. Otherwise they're gonna be ranky stankies at some point. Is the cat gonna sit there and listen to music? What's going on? Loki's for now, might be back later. Have a great stream. Thank you, Hooded. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a good day. The photos are fire though. Ooh, who did you shoot with? Treasure chest? I have no idea what's going on. I'm not gonna lie. I'm basically just biding my time until— oh, I get another key cat now. Let's go. I'm biding my time until the power comes back, because y'all know how much I hate streaming. Oh, so another— same kitty. Receive a free gift. Wow, thanks. I got a pandas. No. No. No, no, no. Look at all that soup. I don't know what I'm doing, but it's okay. Hope you have a great day as well. Thank you, thank you. What is this? What? What? I can dress the— I can make it a pandas kitty. Oh yeah. Trampolines. Who's trampoline? Is there— Honey? Did I not do this already? I'm so confused. Anyway. We have cat with pandas now. Pandas on head. Bongo stray dogs. Shoot for moose and jinx. So we have this photo with moose submerged with like leaves into the water. Into the milk water. You're gonna have to show that to me, Mal, because I don't know if I'm picturing that correctly. Build good luck jar. I'm guessing that's the next— hey, yo! I'll take that. Eh? Eh? I think not. Packet— no package, thank you. Oh my god, the cats run to put it in the soup. Oh my god, this is so cute. You didn't buy like 150 liters of milk? I hope not. That shit's expensive, man. You just put a bit of milk in the water and it makes it milky. Because I did that years ago with, do you remember Moggy? We did a milk bath shoot a billion years ago. They did my makeup all fans. And, these are all just things telling me to buy stuff, isn't it? No, thank you. I'm good. Oh yeah, free currency? I'll take that. Oh, you got milk powder. Ah, interesting. I think we just used a bit of milk and just like— oh, I keep clicking on the same damn thing. I just see flashy flash and I'm like, oh, what's that? So yeah, we did that years ago. So yes, I know that you don't have to have a bathtub full of milk. I think, yeah, the smell would be a little bit something else in a bad way. Oh, I leveled up my soup. All the notifications just want you to buy shit or watch ads. I hate it, man, because I just see red dot and I'm like, what is this? Release me. Release me from this hellscape. What is going on here? Oh. Siamese, Himalayan, and Burman. I see, I see. It's got a different kitties. It's okay. It's cute for now. It's cute for now. It's, like I said, it's just a time waster. I don't know. Maybe I can go find that picture, actually. It would be on Facebook. It may even be on my cosplay page, actually, now that I think about it. Let me go have a lookies. Because I did some, like, non-cosplay shoots with Moggy back in the day. And that was one of them. I think it turned out very pretty, but I don't remember... No, we did creepy. Oh, we did creepy. And it wasn't a milk bath. I thought I did that with Moggy. There was pictures with a flower crown, but I can only see 2 pictures here, so now I'm confused. I don't remember. Yeah, we did a creepy shoot. I look like I'm gonna murder someone, but... foggy memory. Maybe it was someone else who did that. But I was like, didn't I have like flowers and shit? You want to see? I mean, you can go look, but it's not what I was describing. Click the ones. This? What? No, I don't want. Just give me that. There we go. Watch an ad. I'm good, thanks. Go away. Shoo! Shoo! Trampoline? Oh shit. Expand? Oh! Nope, no thank you. Not now. Oh my goodness. There's so much going on! Cellular soup! Give me money! Is that little genie thing gonna wiggle there the whole time? Look at this! Cat's been a bumbo under the tree. Yeah, there's just a creepy shoot. Not this shit again. Your cover image on Facebook still says Nazi cosplay? Yeah, that's because I can't be asked to make a new thing for it. And, let's be real, who's actually looking at that out of curiosity? Ah! The jumpies! Oh my god. It wiggles forever? I hate that. Because that's where my eyes are looking. Give me new kitty cat! Whoops. Did I break all my shit? No, we're good. Oh, it's a little ginger puddy. Hi, buddy. You're a bumbo under the tree? Yeah, that's fine. Shop? What shop, Nabil? What shop are you looking for? There's no shop here. Whoa! What is this jar of soup I'm selling? A whole ass bottle? Rename the kitties? Nah, can't be asked, son. Ain't gonna happen. Meow. Oh, is this a fancy new soup? How does this work? I'm just gonna keep upgrading it. Oh wait, that's the like quick upgrade, right? I see, I see. These I can build a new ones. But my power is back now, so I can start setting up to actually play the game that I was supposed to be playing. I also see that my thing is no longer picking up my speaking. How come? Why? There we go. Apparently, just change the mic and it fixes it. But yeah. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, clingy puppy. I'm gonna start setting up for Genshin. So y'all will just have to pardon me while I sort that out. How did you tint the water? I think that was the shoot where we did milk in the thing, but we didn't put a lot, so it was just kind of like murky. But I could have sworn that we took pictures, because there's other pictures from that same day where she did the flower crown and stuff, and I could have sworn we took pictures with that as well, but there's only like a selfie and 2 other pictures there, so I honestly don't remember. It was so long ago, when Morgie still lived up here. So yeah, like a long time ago. Alright, what are we playing? We're doing Genshin today. Yay! Genshin things! Yay! Yeah? No? I don't know. Are we excited about Genshin? I have to do event stuff. And then... what else is there to do in Genshin? The usual rubbish, I guess. Weekly reset. I mean, this game's cute, but I don't know how much I'll actually play it. Because, like, idle games are cool, but, like, at some point I forget about them. Whoops, and then uninstall them. Because I'm like, why do I still have this? But yeah, I figured I'd try it out because a friend recommended it, so... Okay, let us be done with this. Let us... What? Ehe Tananda yo. What have I done? Where's my chat? Everything's broken from Friday's stream. Where's my chat? Did I delete my chat? My chat gone. No more chat. Be gone. Okay, we're good. Okay. I can also pause that because we got Genshin music coming through now. But where Genshin? Where Genshin? Genshin, please. Where? Genshin! Please, sir! Ah! You know what? I actually broke it. You remember the other day when I was struggling to get BlueStacks to work? I scuffed it, guys. Anyway. Instagram keeps trying to get you to play this, the cat game. Yeah, I never... Sorry, I'll get it sorted now, guys. I've never gotten an advert for it. But someone recommended it to me, so I was like, oh, okay. I like idle games. Because it's like very low investment and don't really care if I stop playing them. What do I get adverts for, actually? I have no idea. Don't. The simple answer. It's interrupting your thought scrolling. Oh no. Unfollow. Unfollow the thoughts. Cats only. Most of my Instagram stuff is just cats these days. You stretch thin enough. Too many gachas. Too many gachas. Let's see. Let's see. Ta-ta. Ta-ta-ta. Hello, can you see Genshin? There it is. Hi, there, welcome. It's Genshin Impact. Boop! You see, you just have to bully it into accepting the game is there. Yeah. I think we're good. The sound is very soft though. Where the sound at though? Why so soft? That's what she said. I think that's a bit better. Alright. Dun dun down. Down. Do I have... I do not. I can go make condensed. I've just been no-life farming emblem for my Raiden. She's not looking too bad, but... Oi. It's still kind of scuffed. Yeah, we'll do bosses on Wednesday. It's Wednesday, my dudes. It's not Wednesday, but we will do it on Wednesday. How was your weekend, Jargon? Did you get up to anything? Some peepos went out, had busy weekends. Me, I did a whole lot of crying in bed. And not much else, to be fair. Because when else are you supposed to cry in bed? If not on the weekend. At least you can get Shimon hours in that domain too. Everyone keeps saying that. I'll be honest. I haven't used Shimon hours for anything. What am I doing? You had a stomach bug? Oh my god, are you feeling better now? Did you sleep it off over the weekend? Skibidi bop! Hi, Crossing Point. How you doing? Mostly fun by say. Oh, it is one of those one day only bugs. Is one day only a thing in South Africa, or do you guys have it in other countries as well? It's basically like a it's a special, it's a ridiculously good deal for something like very high sale. But I've heard it can also be a bit of a scammer. I don't know. I've never bought from it. 6 PM to 10 AM basically did a shift. Your body did a shift in hell. Oh, fuck! Ah. I wish I'd seen this before, but it's okay. I had that bug last week, it sucked. Oh no! One night only is the spicy version of it? Oh, it's one day only. One night only, I see, I see. My brain was buffering there, Cupcake. I was like, what the heck? I can do those other things later, perhaps. Yeah. Should be fine. I'll do it tonight. Let's see. What's poppin'?
Don't mind me, just watch it.
Thank you, Jumping Socks. You be looking and chilling. No worries. Enjoy. Hope you're having a lovely day and or evening. Wherever you are in the world. Okay, I'm just gonna close the cat game because we are no longer playing that. One night only is really the spicy. Oh, really? Huh, interesting. I've never seen adverts for that, but I've always seen adverts for one day only. And I've heard some people get some good shit from it, but I've also heard that people get scammed using that. So I'm just like, You'd used up all your resin when you saw the boss? Oh no! Oh man. I hate that. I should have looked first, to be fair. But it's okay. You never saw the ads, but your ex told you. Oh, I see. Well, now everybody knows. Now we all know. Alright, so... That's interesting that it shows you where to go. Huh. Okay. Well, you need 60... You need 60, juice to go do this. So make sure you guys get that done. I need to go and finish this event, because it's almost donezo's. I think I didn't do it. I was like, I'll do it on stream. And then I was like, don't forgetty. Alright, so... I might need to go... just start... the rice quickly for dinner. Because I have to stream over dinner time because stupid load shedding. Fuck. It's so suck. So normally I'll stream until 12, but because the power's going out at 10, y'all know how I feel about streaming during load shedding. I hate that shit. Peanut! Hello. Oh, also, and I don't know what to tell you guys, but I completed another area and I have no idea what I did. I was running around in this area, and when I looked at my map again, this was 100%. So I don't know if I crossed a line here somewhere and picked something up, but I'm a chuckle fuck because I have no idea how I finished that. That was like on 94% or something, and I was like, huh? You also accidentally completed it? I don't know what I did. Like, I don't think I was anywhere near that area. I was like running around here because I was searching for the Aranara. I'm like watching a video and I'm currently on number 28. It's fucking bullshit, this. Searching for them. Seemed a little fishy, right? I have no idea what's going on. You had a good Genshin day yesterday? Last 10 pull of the banner got you Raiden C1 and C6 Sarah. Oh my, C6 Sarah best. C6 Sarah best. Easy. Easy best. She's amazing. Okay, I still need to... Yeah, okay. Let me go... Not aggro, guys. Let me go start that. I might just throw you guys on a BRB screen, to be fair. I really wish my OBS would stop resetting the layout every fucking time I have to move everything. Ay. Okay, so an ad is gonna start in about 5 minutes. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw you guys onto the BRB screen. Y'all can watch some stupid clips of mine that you've probably seen 40 times before already. But I just need to quickly go put the rice on for dinner. Otherwise, it's not gonna be ready in time. You and your 100% completed map? You just like exploring, man? Yeah, I love exploring. I do not love exploring the Sumeru area, though. Everything else is done. It's just like those couple areas left in Sumeru that I have to do. And it's altogether like about 10% left. Oh my god, the pain. Anyway, yes, I'm gonna do that BRB thing. I shouldn't be long because I'm just using a rice cooker, so it's fairly straightforward. But yes, I'm just gonna pop on some music. No, wait, you don't need it. It's going to BRB screen. Yeah, I think we're fine. This is fine. Go do rice stuff. Yes, I do rice stuff. Goodbye. Be right back. Listen, Tango, they never say why the power's out. They're like, oh yeah, there's a fault. I'm like, yeah, it's your fault the power's out. Turn it back on. My god. Money, 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 money. Make an offering. For Genshin Impact players, please and thank you. No, we don't do weapon banner in this house. Weapon banner is disappointment. You hear me? Johnny? So no. Dragon? You hear me? No weapon banner. None. No more. Hello, hello, hello. I am pig. Oink, oink. Oh! Shotgun? You can just run up to them and shoot them in the face? Where is this guy? Hehehehe. Hehehehe. Did you guys see that? What did he just do? Did you guys see that? Okay.
Emax underscore Yoda screamed, my sprinkler goes like this. And comes back like it.
Okay, I wasn't expecting the second part, so that that one got me. Very nice. I like. What is it? 3-7. Oops. Ah! Oh. Slowly. Ah! Why didn't I pick a butthole? One of us has to go in there.
Yeah. And it has to be switched in between, I think.
Do you wanna press the button?
I can press the button, I don't mind. I'm down.
Okay, please no kill.
Oh no!
Wah!
Why did you not do the thing? I pressed the button! Okay.
Bing bong. I'm back. Alright. Oh, I turned the sound off. I was like, why is it so quiet? What did I do? It was me. It was me all along. I turned the sound down. What an idiot. Hi, Hi, Dad! Gosh. Bing bong! Fuck your life! Anyway. Okay, focus, focus, focus. Use the brain. We start with event. Yes, yes. Let's go. This one. Because this is easy peasy lemon pisqueezy, So we just go do quick. And then we go cry. Yeah? You feel like you repeat that phrase far too much? What does that mean? What, too much? Could not be. Could not be such a thing. Man. I was apparently singing with the washing machine today. According to Ray. And when he came to me, he was like, were you singing with the washing machine? And I was like, I don't know. Because apparently he heard me and he was like, oh, okay, she'll come hang the washing then. Because I normally forget. So I'll put the washing in and then completely forget about it. And then, yeah, so apparently today I was singing it. But I didn't go hang up the washing. So I was just singing with it for the hell of it. Yes, the end chime. Hey, get out of here, you. Go do your meeting or whatever you're doing. You wish yours had that? Hi, Peanut, how you doing? Wait, the end chime? Does your washing machine not sing, Dragon? What was I supposed to... It doesn't sing? It doesn't sing? Wow. It's just quiet. It's just like, hee hee, washing's done. Unbelievable. Where are these motherfuckers? Neighbor. What? What a biscuit. Oh! Oh, is there more? Did I miss something? Oh! Whoa! Oh, I see, I see. Whoop! My brother and I always stop and sing / dance to the end chime. You see, you gotta do it, man. Yours doesn't sing as well, Mao? How do you guys know your washing's done? How do you remember that your washing machine's done if it doesn't sing to you? We never know when to change the laundry over. Ah, you got used to the song from Jenny's parents. I heard my washing machine sing for the first time today. I'm usually fast asleep. Oh damn. Do you have it set to a timer? Because I can delay the end, so I can make it end at a particular time if I want to. The problem is, if I don't do it when I do it, then I don't ever do it because I've then forgotten that I even put stuff in. So like if mine doesn't sing, that washing is growing legs and walking away. I was just like some old classical song. Yeah, so I have a Samsung. Apparently they use some classical song. I can't remember which one it is though. Your washing machine just beeps? For people who don't have a shit memory like I do, do you guys just remember that you put washing in? Do you just... You just like, after the amount of time that the washing should be done, do you just remember? My mom comes in very softly, says, I need to get my washing. Oh. It just gives me these 4 annoying beeps. Oh, Peanut, that's the worst. I would never. Your house is too small to have a washing machine, so you use theirs. Ah. Samsung washing machines. Yeah. Samsung, I remember someone telling me about it, and now I can't remember which one it was, but Samsung's end tune. Oh! Jargon found out. The trout. Not sure if that's the song I want to play after my washing's done, but sure. Imagine remembering. Your machine is old, a light comes on, no singing. Oh my god. I normally remember the next morning that there's stuff in there. Oh no. Franz Schubert, an Austrian composer in the 1700s, known as the Trout. I'm not even gonna try and say the German one. Yeah, so it's quite catchy. And unfortunately, I'm like a bird, so I'll just whistle along to anything I hear. So, yeah. Dumb brain be like that. I got bird brain. I think this is fine. I don't think I need to actually take anything. I don't know. Oh, this is just like an upgraded version. Oh, it charges slowly versus charging. Oh, I mean, I guess we don't use it often. It's fine. This is fine. You went to check and it is indeed that song. We got the same song, Crossing Point. We jamming out to the same tunes when the washing's done. My washing machine starts. Sounds like the opening to Guns N' Roses' Sweet Child of Mine. Yeah? Does mine... I have no idea if mine even makes noise when it starts. I have no idea. I'll have to pay attention the next time I do washing. Hopefully I remember, but you know. Wow, thank you for the head pat, Yaku. Boop! Ooh, hello. No, wait. Let's not go that way first. We have to go get these angry red ones. Oh, shush, lady. Let me play my balloon game. Give me peace. Cha-chang! Was there more? What? What? I didn't get those. Oh! You wanna know what happens next? Wait, with what? Hair? I'm staying with my mom and I'm a night owl. She's an early bird, so she generally does the washing while I'm passed out. Ah! I was expecting a delivery today of my new keyboard, so I was actually up to hear it for a change. Oh, in Chainsaw Man? What? Who dis? Sorry, Lux, not today. I don't know when we'll watch. Again, I'll make a plan at some point. Let's go do this one. Because I think, what, we watched 6 episodes, which is like half of it. I don't know where this is. You got Raiden? Oh shit! Are you enjoying her? Have you got gear for her? I never really played her before, but just recently decided to pick her up again. I've had her since, well, I got her on release, I think. And then just put her on the shelf so she could look pretty. Yeah, this is probably fine. Congrats on Booba. You got the Booba! The All-Height, trailer music sounded so good. Ah, you know what? I don't think I actually watched So while I had the live on, I wasn't really like watching. I don't remember if I had load shedding or what the case was. But I wasn't properly watching. So I got the codes and I got the fuck out. Whoa. Whoa, this is awful. I thought this was a good idea. I just want to chat with them. Whoop. The pure glee she brings you is palpable. Wait, why? What do you enjoy about her so much? Like I said, I never really, never... What the heck? What the heck? What? Nani? This game just threw me down. This game was like, fuck you, bro. Goddamn, no peace for this man. I was like, why am I hearing Zhongli death sounds in the background? Oh, that's why. Man's died. Poor thing. Anyway. The ball ritual to pull her was pretty epic. Oh yeah, I remember I did a bunch of shit to get her as well. Corsair with cherry keys. Nice. And make the good clickety clacks. You had a delivery today that arrived literally 5 seconds after I started recording. Oh, lovely. She smashes, but she's also so poised and graceful. I mean, she's a robot, right? Well, not a robot. She's like a puppet. She's a doll. She's not a people. There are 3 non-peoples in the game so far. Raiden, her son, and Albedo. I only have Raiden. I don't have her son or the... I don't have Albedo. My brain stopped working. Couldn't remember what he was called. So my Raiden's... She's still a work in progress. So we're still fiddling around with what works on her. So at the moment I have an attack goblet. I don't know if we're gonna change this. This might be like a for the moment thing. I can't remember what we decided we were gonna do. You're right. Raiden is hot garbage. At the moment, yeah. Yeah, mine's kind of hot garbage as well, but she does okay, I think. It's a Dick goblet, and it was just laying around. I literally just had it sitting there. I was like, where did this come from? Why did I have it? Who was I using it on? I have no idea. I don't know where this came from. It was just in my bag. I have, as you can see, I have a lot of level things that are kind of just hanging around, just parking ass, not being used. But for a change, because I've actually been working on characters, my artifacts not full. Is Child's? Nah. I think he's still got stuff on, I think, question mark. But he's got the garbagiest garbage. This poor boy in his garbage artifacts. Just all the garbungos got thrown onto him. I don't think his stats are spicy at all. Nah. To be fair, I haven't farmed on him in so long. But I also don't want to, because fuck that domain. Not gonna happen. Not happening. Your nap was a bad idea? Uh-oh. He's been using an attack circler for eternity. Yeah, I want to rebuild mine, but goddamn, I can't be asked. Not that domain again. I refuse. I don't wanna. I don't wanna think about it. I don't wanna hear about it. I just don't. Is that a good sword for him, Bubble? Congrats on your electric pokies though. You can strongbox now? Yeah. I'm currently strongboxing for Kazooie. Whoa! What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, Cupcake. Kazuha's strong boxing for Kazuha, because I'm not farming that domain anymore. This is for Kazu. So we've got just with the artifacts, and the one thing is not maxed yet because I ran out of juice. I ran out of things to use. I literally don't have things to use to level this, so it's just stuck at 18 for now. But I have this. So we have 717. There's whatever EM scaling Kazuha has, and then Kaya is holding his weapon, his weapon. So got an iron sting for him. So yeah. If Mao needs a domain, we can definitely do it, but I'm not going to be redeeming because I'm working on the emblem set. There's so many characters who use emblems, so it's worth doing that one and then feeding all the garbage into lockbox, strongbox, box, the dwarfs basically. But yeah, so I got his sword ready. I got his gear on on Farazan. She's just holding the stringless at the moment. So yeah, when he comes out eventually, we'll be ready. And then Tomato is holding my stuff for Shinha, but I haven't quite decided on what weapon I'm giving her yet. I'm thinking this one. I think this will work better for her. Alternatively, I swapsies, but you know. So yeah, and then artifacts. This piece was wrong because what did I take from her? There was another gobbo somewhere. Was it this one? Question mark? I don't remember, but I know that there was like a spare goblet somewhere that was better for her. In fact, someone may have stolen her goblet. It might have been Raiden. But I don't think so. I think that was just a rando one I had sitting around. It's like 10% worse than his best in slot. 12% better than a 4-star. Oh yeah, that's fine, that's fine. Do you actually have Ayato? Forever stuck throwing things into the strongbox and getting defense back. At least you can just keep feeding it into the strongbox until you get something. Because yeah, that's what I've had to do. But yeah, I'm out of juice now. We're out of juice. No more juice. Where was that other placeholder one? I can just put this on him for now. So, I went and looked. Like, if I switch to this weapon. Whoa. So, yeah, I don't know if I'm done with the artifacts. I might still need to change some things, but I want like 3,000 if I can get. But I think that's okay for now. We're just gonna switch back here. Because I'm not using Tomato. He's literally just holding stuff for my Shinha. So, so when she does come out, I'll remember. Ah yes, here's all her shit. She's just up to the eyeballs in attack. So yeah, I'm looking forward to whenever she comes out. And then, who else am I building? I've kind of taken a backseat on this set, whatever it's called, the Deepwood. Yeah, I haven't looked at this. I haven't revisited this one. Same with Yaya. She's on Gilded. She's okay where she is for now. I'll eventually go back to it, but I want my Raiden to be usable. And then I also wanted to work on Shinha and Kazuha! So when they eventually come home, I'll have all their stuff. I should probably look at farming their other things, but I just haven't gotten around to it. Alright, so Depending on how much I actually get done, because I've finished the event stuff already, thank God. I haven't finished Abyss, I think. Has anyone else finished Abyss this reset? How far did I get? Yeah, it's defense and HP meta. That's the only stats that this game gives you now. It's ridiculous shit. Oh, so I finished this, so I'd be going into floor 12. I had no idea I did up until floor 11. That's weird. You farmed EM pieces for weeks and you got sweet fuck all. For who? for anime characters. Cause yeah. I didn't want to build my gene with EM pieces because I'm already stuck in EM hell. Between Nahida, Kazuha, who I don't even have, Sucrose. Ugh. I'm so over it. I'm so over and done with it. Goddamn. Oh, for Venti and Jean. Yo. Imagine not doing Abyss hours before recess. Yeah, I know, right? I think I did this when it reset, in fact. I was like, hey, yo, let's go. New Abyss. That said, I don't think I did the one before, which is why I was like, don't forget this time. So yeah, how long do we actually have? Oh, we still have a week. Cool. I'm gonna leave that for another day. And then... what else was there? New Year, new Nat? No. New Year, same forgetful person who's gonna forget to finish that. For realsies, not for play. You haven't done the last two Abyss? Oh no, did you forget? Did it just escape your mind? Okay, so... I have 5%, 4%, and this one is 6%. So 15? 15%. It was a bit higher than I thought, but otherwise everything else is done. So I don't know. I guess I'm gonna go back here and run around and make myself miserable trying to figure out where things are. Also, I was running around here the other day. And there was a Sealy, there was puzzles, there was a bunch of shit I hadn't done, and yet all of these surrounding areas are all 100%. So I was just like, what area does this count for then? Because everything else is done. It was very confusing. I think the last time I was running around, I was over here. Well, I was over here. What is this? Because I was looking at... oh yeah, the Sealies, finding all the Sealies. I'm on 28 currently, but that's just 28 in the guide. That's not including any of the ones I've just randomly found myself. Maybe part of the new stuff they added there, like those chests they added. I wonder, because it's like... it was like proper things, like proper puzzles and Sealies and stuff, and I was like, bro, no ways. So I thought that quite typical of me. No, bro! I don't have the right team out. Be gone. Give me peace. I just wanted to see what this was. And why there's a marker. Because I don't know what that marker's for. It just has like a little flower. As if there's supposed to be something there. Was it something I was harvesting, or am I just straight up losing my mind? Distinct possibility either way. I'm just gonna schmoove it. Because it does not have any description. There was a bunch of things where like I had this. It says come back. Come back. I'm like, did I ever go back there? I could go look, but I think I did go back there. I might just open that video. Pacifist team. It's my exploration team. It's 2 Animo characters for the Neum boost. It's Zhongli for the pillar, because I don't have Kazuha, and then Nahida to pick up stuff. So it's just for exploring. To make a quick move. And then of course Sai is always useful. Once I get Kazuha, I can... Hello, motherfucker! Hi, Toto! How are you? Goodbye! When I get Kazuha, I can swap out Hazel and Zhongli at the same time. And then, I can add someone else that gives like a speed boost or like a stamina reduction. How are they still... I obviously didn't come back here. I lied. How do? Is it like a play musics kind of thing? I never know. No. Is it all these flowers that want to fight me? I have to fight them? Oi, oi, oi. Let me swap to a proper team. You've been introverted and away from Twitch lately, but hello, I'm trying to come back. Welcome back, Toto. It's good to see you. Have you been taking care of yourself? Haven't played Cookie Run in a bit either. Whoopsie. Oh. It's 5 o'clock. That means Cookie Run just reset. If anybody had some things that they needed to do, it's too late to do them now. Oh yeah, I was changing my team, but I was stuck in co-op. Spicy cookies. Oh, everything was dead? I'm so glad. I went full ham. There was nothing to go ham on. So glad I did that. Anyway. You have been? You were house sitting and you had no access to internet on your tablet? Oh no! At least you probably, you have a sense of peace at the moment. Your mind is at peace. Because, you haven't had to deal with people. Is that a C6 sucrose? Yes. I wish you could see when you C6 them, or like an accurate count for how many cons you've actually gotten. Because I know sucrose I've had C6 for a long time. Didn't use her for ages though. Realized her gear is actually not as bad as I thought it was. I don't know why I thought her stuff was shit. Her stuff's okay. You still need C6 sucrose? Ah. She is very nice. I just don't use her. For the longest time I was like, no, I don't know how to use Animo. And I was just like, okay, I don't need to learn. This is fine. There's no treasures in here, right? Crowning Amber? Shit. Okay, so I'm guessing I did come back to... What? I did come back to this place. Because there's nothing in there. Sweet! Okay, let's go back, because we're looking for this little key. You still don't know how to use Animo? Well, I know if you're using a 4-piece VV, which I think you use on most of them.
Yes.
If you swirl the element it reduces the resistance for that type. So, for example, in this team, when I make swirlies, I want a swirly on the Electro. So that means when I'm fighting with Sucrose, I want to make sure that I swirl the element before I switch. So it's making swirlies on the Electro. Not the Hydro, because she's not here to do any damage. So yeah, that's the only thing about Anemo. For characters like Sucrose and Kazuha, who I don't have yet, you want to make sure that you make a swirly on the element. Well, just make a swirly. I don't think... Sometimes you can't pick what it swirls. Is it... Yeah... Yeah, it's only for the one that's infused. But sometimes you can't pick. Doesn't matter. Just do it anyway. Get into the habit of doing it. There's other characters like Zhao. He is a main. He doesn't work in the same way. He's not there to swirl, which is why I don't have the 4-piece VV on him. And for characters like Sucrose and Kazuha, you'll want them on complete EM build. So like
Toto's tuck screamed, what? Whoever hears this, you cute as heck.
What? Did you guys hear something? There was like a weird distorted noise. I don't know what that was. Sounded like another language. You'll want like 3 pieces like these 3. All EM. Main stats. Yeah? Also, having ER is very useful because as much uptime as you can get on these characters helps you to do more damage. If that makes sense. So, yeah. ER, very important. The rest of the stats, not important. On my feather, EM. On my flower, EM. This should have EM and ER, admittedly, but it's okay. This is a very old scuffed build I had on her. She still has 869 EM. Can't tell you how, but she do. Sack on her. So yeah, so when it's a main DPS, their stats will look wildly different if we look. And he'll actually have the Anemo damage bonus because he's doing the Anemo damage. Same with Scaramucci. Scaramucci runs in the same way. You would build him like this. You're building him to do the Anemo damage, but you're building the supports to do the swirly whirlies.
Yes.
I don't know about the new one, Farazan. I don't know how she works. I know you need at least C6. You need to max her out to make her like nice. What other anime characters are there? Sayu, I've never played. I don't know how she works. I don't know how Anemo Traveler works. Jan, there's kind of 2 ways to build her, but EM is very good, especially if you're using her with Benito. So, you know, that's on you to decide how you want to play them. You can also just play her as a raw damage, but, yeah, I think she's a bit more of a... She should be EM build. Mine's scuffed as hell. I haven't looked at her properly. But anyway. C6, 999. Oh, man. I actually recently changed my Sarah to have Amber's weapon. I can't remember why I did this. Was it for the attack % or something? I don't know, man. It increases her attack by 20%. And I thought it looked cool on her, so I was like, fuck it! It belongs on her. It's beautiful on her. She gonna keep it. I have a spare one somewhere. I don't know. What's Tartugli's holding? Because I don't think he has the other one. No, he's got Rust. I don't know where the other one is. I have one somewhere. But yes, for now... Oh my tickle bitties looks good. Iron Strong, just a fan. Melt damage makes her do big numbers. Oh shit! Nat went from I don't know how to Anemo to teaching how to Anemo. I still don't know how Anemo works, man. That's just confusing. But it's okay, I'm stumbling along. I'm making my way downtown. I'm legit waiting for Sucrose on a banner before I wish again. Wait, for realsies? You can't get her in the shop, hey? She's one of those characters that won't be in the shop. Hi, Brimester. How are you doing? How was your weekend? You'll just C6 Farazan when Fontaine comes out? Ah. Yeah, I don't know. Not to talk about leaks, but have you guys seen the leaks? Man, it's so hard to avoid on Twitter because I like a lot of Genshin posts. It will eventually hit my feed. I will see the leaks. It's very hard to stay away. As long as the story... What? What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, hero. As long as it's not story. If people be spoiling the story, I'll fight them. I'll just block them straight up. I don't give a fuck. But unfortunately, like, pictures are so fucking hard to avoid. Reading, it's a lot easier, because you can just be like, oh, some people put spoiler tags, but they don't always. As much as I want to talk about the leaks. I'm not an official creator, though. Those are the people that get into big trouble. I'm not showing anything, I'm not saying anything. I just asked, have people seen things? Oh! Also, hi, Aura! Sarah Supremacy. Yeah, she's really good, man. Recently learned how to use her as well. I don't know about her stats. I don't remember if I built her. I don't know if this is built. That is to say, she's got stuff equipped, but is it the right stuff and is it the right stats? I have no idea. In any case, C6. She got 1 crown. But yeah. Your Sarah's almost triple crowned. Oh, nice! Do you use her a lot then? Your Twitter has taken to giving you shitless ally thumb pics from verified tour accounts, and honestly not mad. You need to find yourself the cosplayers. There was, what is his name? Taran cosplay. He actually did, he was like, I don't want to say commissioned, but basically, MiHoYo was like, hey yo, you want to cosplay our boy? And he was like, sure. So he's done some things. Whichever con he went to last was the one where he did all item. Hi, Kira! Hello, how are you doing? Can we get a shouty outy for Kira? So Kira's actually made a new account, new streams and things. Kira, I know Kira in the past, they used to play, oh man, there's a Pew Pew game they play. Is it Valorant or is it the other one? Apex, maybe? I don't know. They play one of the Pew Pews. Oh, just a sec, guys. Ray's asking me about dinner. Oh, it was Apex? Okay. I knew it was a Pew Pew. I just wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. It was one of them Pew Pews. But they also play Genshin Impact. So for my Genshin Impact peepos, if you want, please go send the love to Kira. They're wonderful. But yes. It's morning for you, Kira? Good morning. Good meowing. Wait. Okay. What was I was talking about something before and now my brain is just gonzos. Can't have been that important, right? If I've already forgotten what it was. It's been lost to the abyss. You have no idea how to stealth in a stealth mission? Wait, in which game? Also, thank you for the lurkies, Toto. You gotta prepare for dinner. Enjoy. Ray's busy dealing with our dinner. Because I cooked it earlier, so he just has to dish up. Oh, in Genshin? There's a stealth mission? There's one of the controls, I don't remember which one it was. One of the controls lets you like crouch and you can like hide in bushes and shit, and it lets you roll around. It's pretty silly shit. Alright, we were doing Arenaras. These motherfuckers. The stealth missions are silly. They are, because you'll walk right in front of the thing with a person. And the bar will slowly go up and you're like, oh shit. And then you try and hide. And then they're like, oh, must have been the wind. Very much like, what is it? Skyrim. Skyrim stealth missions. Crouching in a cave to level your stealth, because, you know, that's a legit way to do things. Alright, so I don't know if I already found this one. But, this is where the marker is. So I'm just gonna pop on the video quick and see. Whoop! Left click to crouch. Ah. You have to follow K Jori? I don't know who that is. But someone in Inazuma? Oh my goodness. That was a long time ago for me. I would have no way to to know what you're doing. Sorry, Primiest, I wish I could be more help. But I got no idea. Also, I've been redoing my my kingdom in Cookie Run. Oh, it's so much work though. Fuck. And then every now and then the game will crash. And I'm just like, okay, this is a sign to take a break. Because I'll sit there for ages just working on it. The starter mission. When you enter the area, oh my goodness, I especially do not remember that. I feel like, yeah, that was a long time ago for me. You sneak through town. Oh, what? Like in the begin, like to get into the place? Because I remember, you had to like get permission, but we weren't allowed to leave the island or something. Oh man, like I said, it feels like it was such a long time ago because I honestly don't remember. You follow a guard? Oh my goodness. Oh well. In any case, I hate doing stealth missions in games because I'm about as stealthy as a bouncy ball down a flight of stairs. Yeah, it doesn't go well. Ever. A tax collector? You trying to catch someone for tax fraud? That does not sound familiar at all. It really was too long ago, I guess. I'm sure I remember some parts of the story. It's just that does not ring any bells. But good luck. I hope you figure it out. Stealth's also not your forte. Definitely, Kira. I think you know, a game like Genshin doesn't really train that skill at all in any way. It's not really something in Apex either. People kind of just go in guns blazing, quite literally. Just make a pew-pews at the people's head and hope that you survive and they don't. That's how that works. All these stinky lost Arenaras that I have to find. Alright. There's 76 of these little guys. Just waiting to see where this guy goes. The only problem is the video that I'm watching, the guy uses Yelan. And sometimes he'll just like, you know, he uses her skill and she just yoinks. She's fucking gonzos. And I'm like, well, fuck. So I have to like slow down the video, rewind. Safe to say it does not go well. And I'm rewinding a lot. Oh! Wait, where the fuck did this guy go? I'm so confused. There was a... Am I even in the right place? I mean, I thought I marked the right place. Maybe it's further down. Might be. So there's like a hidden tunnel somewhere, and I'm just like, no ways. Just get Yelan? No, I'm saving for the bay. And by the bay, I mean, Shenhe. She comes first. Woo! Be right back.
Ukiyo no fukei wa幾千年も変わらないというのに、人の世とはこうも白露と泡のように儚い。
Hey guys, sorry about that. Hello, hello. Welcome, readers. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I missed the raid.
Oh. This is fun.
Welcome, Kitty. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, Kulin, Anbert, Nico. Is it Nico? Welcome. Hi, Yoda. How was your stream, Kitty? What were you up to today? I was watching Johnny earlier, and his thing said he was going to play with you. Did you guys end up playing together? Thank you, Jargon. Thank you, Yoda. Sorry about that, guys. What did I miss? It was so much fun. You missed all the Genshin co-op chaos. Oh, nice. The load shedding was kind to you today. You guys were able to actually like play. That's pretty cool. What did you guys actually get up to? At the moment,
私の風景をそばに誰もいない以上、
at the moment,
普遍を引き立たせるだけ。
at the moment,
私の風景を
at the moment,
引き立たせるだけ。
at the moment, I am searching. You know there's those like 76 Aranara that you have to find? That's what I'm doing at the moment. It is pure torture. But it's okay, I'll live. Okay, so I think I'm actually in the wrong place. I think I'm supposed to be more like over here. So I'm gonna try this again. Yeah, my brain is like not working now. Sorry about that. Hi, Ambert! How are you doing? I'm the potato friend. Potato life, man. Hi, Liliana! Are you late? No. You arrived precisely when you meant to. How could you be late? How could you be late? You're not late. You did the new event together? And a lot of domains? Nice. Who are you farming for at the moment, Kitty? Are there any characters that you're building? All the best finding them all? Yeah, that's why I'm watching a video for it, Nico. There's too many, I can't. That would actually drive me insane. I know I've found a lot just because I walked into them. But, yeah. I need to follow a guide just to make sure that I have found them all. Because I've seen a lot of people say, oh yeah, I was missing one. And I'm like, oh my god. Please no. Alright. Sorted. I have my dinner now. Thank you for the hypes. Yeah. Gotta hype, gotta hype. Is this the right place? It looks like the right place. It's just annoying because the person whose guide I'm following doesn't have the map spinny thing on, but I do. Because I needs it. I need the spinny map. Whoa, what is this place? There's one in here somewhere though. Map spinny thing hurts your brain? But why? Why brain hurts? Sorry, I had to close my door. Ah. Alrighties. Load shedding was okay for this afternoon. But tonight it's not kind. Yeah, I had to stream a little bit earlier today. Also, thank you again, Kitty, for the raid. I do appreciate it. But I'm so glad you guys got to play again, because I know for a while you had to like cancel plans because they kept moving the load shedding up and down, and it was just messing with your streams every time. But it's so nice you got to play together again. I'm off at 10. And I was off from 12 until 2. So I cooked, like, stew, which is what I'm eating now. Like, this, like, early afternoon. Or, like, morning, actually. I cooked it in the morning. No, it was off from 2 to 4:30. Yeah. Anyway, it's going off again at 10. So that's why I'm streaming a little bit earlier than I normally do. You helped Gmax for cryo pieces? Nice! Johnny did the ley lines, and PC did the weak bosses. Oh, nice! You're pre-farming? I'll hide down. Do you know what he needs? Like boss materials and stuff? I'm trying to think. I should probably start looking at what I need for Shinha. Because when she does come out, I want to yoink her up to 90 as quickly as possible. And because she's an old character, it should be fine. Books and Mora are covered. Oh, nice. Because the map says go left, I need my arrow to go left. I have had it on spinny map. I don't even know where to change it. I've had it on spinny map since the start. I don't even know where you change it. Oh, there we go. Fixed. Aha! Today I learned. Oh no, does she need the lizards? Oh, please. Does she really, Rich? Because I was actually farming that with Ray like a while ago. Because he needed it for... was it Yae? And I was like, I don't need these shits. Does she really? Fuck. I was like, I don't need these shits. I'm gonna go do something else. Sorry, I have no idea what I have. I have 2! Guess I'll be farming that then. This is fine. The feeling of a platinum trophy is just as good every time. Hi, Blue Saxon. What'd you get a platinum trophy for? How was your weekend? I'm gonna be honest with you. I was pretty miserable this weekend. This weekend was not a good weekend. Oh, there's stinky poopers down here. Oh. Well, I see why I was supposed to come down here now. Because there's stuff here that I didn't do. Nothing really happened exactly. It was just like Shark Week. So it was just bad times all around. And how about you, Kitty? Did you get up to anything this weekend? Ah, stop moving. What? You platinum South Park, The Stick of Truth. It's a tricky one, but it's worth it. What did that do? Oh shit, there's a kid there. That wasn't there before, was it? What the heck? Oh Jesus. Cutscene. What's going on here? But yeah, Blue Saxon, I'm doing good. I'm just currently like munching dinner quick. Thank you, Kitty. I hope this week will be better. Yeah, I hope so too. Because I've had to take painkillers again today, and I'm like, bro, this is not how this works. This is not how this should work. And yet here I am, still suffering. I don't know what's going on here. Cutscene making you miss a crystal fire, definitely. You had a few things going on, but otherwise good. That's good to hear. Hi, back. How are you doing, Yoda? Working on a side project? Ooh, very exciting. Cosplay when, kitty? I hate when you get stuck in a cutscene. Like, I didn't come here for the cutscene. Release me. Yes. But like, if you had to cosplay a character from Genshin Impact, who would you cosplay? And why is it Ganyu? I have not been paying attention to the story. I'm just busy enjoying my stew. Okay, I'm free. Great success. Oh, I got the crystal fire. Oh! I mean, this is why I was here. But the chest is cool. So glad I have a Dendro team out. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, might just... Yeah, fuck it. You need to come here for ascension mats? Yeah, because everything is in this little tunnel. Did you see where it is? Do you need me to show you again? Hey, little buddy. Nilo? Or Shenhe? I was gonna say their outfits are so detailed, but honestly, all of the Genshin characters have really detailed outfits. But I think both of those characters would be really fun to cosplay. Nilo, because she dances, but Shenhe, because you get to give people a stank eye. Because that's just what she's like. It's like a free pass for stank eye. You're missing a few Naras? Oh my goodness. I have no idea how many I was missing. I found quite a lot with this guide that I'm using. But I've also found a lot, so... Shina has the cool fire windows, which make no sense, honestly. It's the only issue I have with her design. Where is she? Oh no, it's not her. Who was it that has... There's someone... Maybe it wasn't even Genshin, I don't remember. There's someone who's got a gap on the inside of the thighs. And I was just like, what? Nah, sorry, Kira, I made a mistake. I don't know who I was thinking of, but someone has got a gap, like, in the fabric by the inside of the thighs. And I was like, that makes the least sense I've ever seen in my life. It might have been a different game. I mean, Cookies is not that great, to be fair. But someone has a literal window, like, by their thighs. And I'm like, who thought that was a good idea? This person who doesn't have thighs. And I'm just like, make it make sense, please, because it doesn't. Give me clarity. Give me understanding. This one is terrible. Those belts is gonna chafe, man. But I know I've seen someone with an actual window there, and I was just like, bro, if you're gonna cut out, don't cut out there. That's the only place you shouldn't cut out. It's the only place that needs protection. And thunder thighs. Actually, you know, there's a lot of characters who have this weird cutout by the thighs. That's the part that's gonna... Oh my goodness, look at this nonsense. Anyway. Yoimiya, who wears bandages. Yeah, it's probably because she got an injury from her thighs rubbing together. Man. I understand the appeal, but as a person who has thick thighs, this is not how this works. This is not how thighs work. Just a second, guys. Be right back. Neighbor's kids throwing shit into my yard. Ah, hey honey bunny. Alright, I need to breathe. I wanna, cause I'm annoyed. But it's fine. Anyway, breathing, moving swiftly along. There's a lot of characters with really dumb gaps in their clothing, and I'm just like, no. If I ever find that character who's literally got gaps, like a cutout by her thighs, I will find it, and I will show you guys. But I was enraged. As a person who has thighs, I was like, bro, it does not make sense. I wonder if there's other shit in here. Oh! But wait, there's more. Like Mona? I mean, a lot of the characters... Mona was one of the ones that I looked at. But, they have it, like, cut out, like, proper. Like, you know, like how Shenhe's got these? Ugh, I don't have it, so... She's got these little, like, cutouts like that. But this character has got it by the inside of their thigh. This kind of cutout. Mona's is a bit weird, because hers is kind of like... It's thigh highs, but it's connected to the bottom of the pants. I don't know. It's a bit of a weird design. But like this, but almost like that part is missing. And I'm like, what the f... This looks like Chafe City, though. Fuck that noise. And for a character who, as Rich said, she's all caked up, but seems like pain. I hope they don't ride horses. Imagine! This skin would be raw. It would be peeling off. Oh... I'm in pain just thinking about that, Kira. Thank you for that. Not even just image, for that emotional trauma. Wearing the wrong pants is painful. Wearing no pants? Just die. It's less painful to just die. Are there even horses in Genshin? Like, because I know in Guild Wars 2, there's, like, it's part of the story that there's actually no horses in this game. And I don't know why. I don't know if it was ever explained. But in any case, if anyone wants to come here, you come here, there's a little house that you go behind, and there's like a little tunnel that you go down. Very convenient. You hope mounts come to Genshin? Same! I honestly thought we would get mounts. For the enormity that the desert is. It would just make it so much more... not even just enjoyable, but tolerable. Because goddamn, the amount of running on the sand... Fucking hated it, man. Because there's a lot of areas that don't have the little, like, yoinky doinks for you to just, like, traverse fast. Give me a pony, I want a pony! I don't know, I think it would be cool to have, like, some of the bosses. You know, like, the wolf. You could ride on the wolf. And the birdie. This birdie. This would be amazing as an amount. Or a mount of a giant mushroom bird. Hell yes. I actually thought it was a mount when I saw it at first. Kaya is a cavalry captain. That is also true. But he's from a made-up world. So I don't know how much I trust. Why have I got combat music on? Oh, because there was papas on the ground, right? He's from a made-up world. So I don't have much faith for there being like actual horses. Where the heck did this person climb up? I hate when I watch a video and it's just like the person spins around rapidly. I'm like, where the fuck did you go, mate? Where is this bullshit? I turned off the spinny map so I could follow what this person was doing, and it didn't help. Where did you go? This way? But this has got to be one of the worst things I've had to do. I don't need to do it, I don't think. I think because that area is already complete, I could just leave it. But also the thoughts at the back of my head of all those chests sitting in that room. I can't sleep at night because I think about it. I'm just like, I could open all of those chests, man. Entirely possible that I've actually done this one. I think I have. Because there should be a couple guys here. Yeah, I think I've done this one. You're gonna lurkies and rest up before dinner? Of course, of course. Take care of yourself, kitty. Have a lovely, lovely evening. I hope, I know you said the load shedding's not going to be too nice tonight, but I hope your power comes back when it's meant to. And have good din-dins. Oh, this is so confusing. Come on, map don't spin no more. And I always expect it to spin and then it doesn't spin and I'm like, fuck.
Would you like a cup of water?
Because you look thirsty as fuck right now. Thank you, kitty.
That shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A, yes, this shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A, yes.
Ah, thank you for the hydrates. Thank you for the hearts. Take care of yourself, kitty. Alright, so this one is roughly in this direction. So that's where we'll be going. I don't know why I keep playing with the character that's got the teeniest, tiniest little legs. Have I not done that? Oh, there's my little friend. Oh, that's good. That shit is bananas. Oh, yeah? Where am I? Oh! Oh man! I thought there was gonna be something in here. I got bamboozled. There is, however, a chest in this direction. Who's the character? This one's Nahida! She's so cute. I love her. She's so teeny tiny. Hi, Lich! Hello, hello. How are you doing? All the boops to all those who want them. I will accept a boop today, if that's okay. Can I have boop, please? Boop at a snoot. I hate that I have to keep changing the shits. Like, let us have a loadout for this. That we can, like, quick swap. Like, between 4 different things. Imagine! Bye, friend. Oh, hello. Hehe. Nice. Oh, that gave us a %. Ah, you see, I thought I had the compass on. How do you get her? Not asking for a friend, asking for myself. So she's one of the limited 5-star characters. So you would have to wish for her. She's not out at the moment. So you would have to wait. But people are saying that she'll be back in 3.6. So every time they release an Archon, they come back after, I think it's 4 patches after their release. So she came out in 3.2, I think. Or 3.1. I don't know. In any case, 3.6 is when people think she's coming out again. Ooh, I can buy more wishes. Ooh. In the pocket they go. Oh no, I bought the wrong one. JK lol. With wishes, you get new characters like this? No other way? Yeah, so because this is a gacha game, that is how it works. It's like that for the characters and also the weapons. You can get weapons in chests and stuff, but like all of the really good ones, you get in whoop! You get in the wishing. So you would use like a paid currency. But you can also do this game free to play. It's totally possible. It just requires a very good impulse control. Don't spend your monies. Or don't spend your primos. But not everyone likes to play like that. Some people wanna they buy lots of like the in-game currency so they can get all the things. Cause that's how they wanna play. Nothing wrong with it. If that's what makes you happy, do it. But some people like to do free to play, and that's also fun. You're trying it out because your kids want to play it? Ah, so I don't know how old your kids are, but I would say, you know, if you don't want them to make any purchases, you may need to just almost like monitor their playtime, because it's very easy. Like, if I show you, so my body's covering it at the moment, but let's see if there's another spacey. No, it doesn't show here. Maybe if I go into the shop. Ah, like here. So let's say they click on this and it's like, oh, you need Genesis crystals. But if you don't have any, I don't know if it like takes you to the shop or whatever. Where do you do it? Here, the crystal top up. Yeah, depending on how old they are, if you can explain to them not to spend your money, your real money, then I think it's fine. Or if you just don't have any cards or anything connected to the device, that would help. But you can also, if you do want to spend a little money, my recommendation, and even the game's recommendation, is this bad boy over here, is 5 doodles. You play every day for 30 days, and you get 90 crystals every day. You also get this instantly, which you can change into the other crystals, but this is very good value for money. So if you are going to spend, this is the best thing to spend on. It's only $5, so it's not bad. If you want to spend a little more, so I buy that every month, and then the other one I buy is this bad boy, which is, so I only buy the $10 one, but there's also like a $20 one. That's a bit too much for me, so I get the $10 one, and it gives you all the rewards from this. It does give you some wishes, but it's more useful for the Mora, the gold, and you get, there's a weapon that you get as well. Is it this one? Is this the weapon? I don't remember. Oh yeah, you get one of these weapons. You can choose which one you want. But that's if you want to spend money. You can play completely free to play. But yes, like I said, depending on the age of your kiddos, you may want to either monitor or explain to them, don't spend my money. But yeah, it's actually, it's quite nice to play with other people as well. I admittedly do play it single player a lot. But when I do play with friends, like when we do domains or events together, it's a lot of fun. Alright, what was I doing? I was searching for things. Did I find the thing I was searching for? I believe I did. It was the little singing guy. I did find him. Okay, we're good. Also, it's up 2%, so that's cool. Okay, now we're teleporting back to here. That emote is so cute. Oh, it's Alexander's emote! That's adorable. Alright. The map not spinning is giving me a bit of a headache now. Because I'm like waiting for it to move and then it doesn't move. Oldest is almost 12, but I'll... What? Johnny! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, 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 chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. That is the welcome that I am supposed to give. But unfortunately, I missed Kitty's raid earlier, so yeah, spreading all them good vibes to her raiders as well. Welcome, welcome, Maestro. Hi, Johnny. Hi, David. Liliana. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Hi, Ryden. How was your stream, Johnny? I know you were playing some Genshins with Kitty as well. She said you guys had a great time. Managed to get some things done. But you've also started playing Honkai. Are you enjoying it? My Deaf Mind, welcome, welcome to the posse. Thank you for the follow. You're everywhere at once. A mood. Truly a mood. Oh wait, actually, do I still have my thingies open? Okay, I don't, because I was load-shedded earlier. I have, even when I stream, I'll like open other people's streams. And sometimes I get raided into myself, so that's always interesting. But yes, Johnny, I hope you had a good stream. I hope you had fun. And I hope you're enjoying Honkai. I've heard it's really good. And it's like Genshin in a lot of ways, but also like more hardcore. More challenging. I don't know how true that is, as I've not played it myself. I'm just gonna pop this here, because I think it's about here. I'm gonna go that way. Look out the wolves. Welcome, Yoda. Welcome. First time here. I come back and see 3 nat stabs. Yeah, you see, that's a problem. That's a thing that happens. Oh, for anybody with piercings, tighten your balls. One of mine was just coming loose. Oh, I just like bumped my nose very softly and I felt something and I was like, ooh, tighten your balls! Which sounds like a weird thing to say, but you know, if you know, you know. Okay, so there's a little guy over here somewhere. I think I might have already gotten him, because I think he's supposed to be up on the hill. Definitely not in the house. Good reminder. Make sure your balls are tight. Tight AF. Oh, gosh. You'd say it's hard as hell? You only played the beginning? Ah. The fighting style is different. Similar. You love Honkai. Oh, yeah? It's a nice switch from Genshin. Whilst being slightly similar. Okay, so it's kind of like a familiarity. It's like a familiarity, but at the same time, it's not like same completely. So you can still have fun and try something new. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where that little guy's supposed to be. Check if your septums are crooked. Mine's always crooked because I'm always playing with it. And then it looks like I'm digging for diamonds. And I'm like, no, I'm just playing with the beauty. Leave me alone. Mine is always crooked. I'm always fiddling with it. It's so annoying. Because my brain is soup, right? So like, I can't hold a thought for very long. And so my default is just to play with all my piercings. Yoinking on my earrings as well. I've removed the hoops for now because I kept pulling on my hoops, which is obviously not a good thing to do. But yes. Or the lip pouts to touch it. Liliana, is my webcam on? Can you see me? Oh my goodness. I feel attacked. Rebel, what did you do? Did you write NATO? Did you write NATO, Rebel? Because then we need to have a chat. Your cheek piercings always want to come loose. Do you fiddle with them, Kira? Rebel, you can't be calling me NATO in this day and age. It is 2023. The time for NATO is gone. Please be serious. Please be serious for a moment. My name is Natato. There are 3 syllables. Please and thank you. Unless you're on mobile, I forgive you, because then you can blame your auto cucumber. But please be serious. Not in this year. 2023. Please. Mix and mash? No mix and mash. I'll mix and mash you, Rebel. You wanna go? I'm gonna call you Real from now on. First 2 letters, last 2 letters. Hi, Real. You're asking Russia to invade, throwing words around like that? Yep. Tato can work? Yeah. Tato is my nickname. All my peoples call me Natato. Sorry, they call me Tato. Because Tato, so Natato comes from my name, which is Natalie, and Tato, which is my nickname, and I smoosh them together, and it's Natato. That's where the name comes from. Very simply, my name and my nickname is smooshed together to make another nickname. Why not? Doesn't make it complicated. What if I call you Natata Potata? I mean, listen, Yoda. You're a mod, so I can't ban you. Oh, so you mashed? But me not like... No, you see, Rebel, I did it because you did it. This is on you. Don't even. Do not even. Tato Pona? Liliana, do you want to get banned? Do you want the ban hammer? It's a little bit messy from the last time I had to use it. The minute you rated, your power went. Oh no, Johnny! They switched your power off before? Sorry to hear that. How was your stream though? Did you have a good time? Sorry, I was chatting to you earlier, but obviously you were busy dealing with stuff. You want to live? Okay, I'll let you live today. Can't promise anything for tomorrow though. John is back. Max and John besties. It's Tato and Nat. Yeah, Tato and Nat's fine. That's 100%. But NATO? I will fight you. You will never speak of the name again. Daddy Johnny. Oh my goodness. Rebel wants to ban. You want to taste of my sweet ban hammer? Rebel? Huh? Do you hear me typing? Maybe not, but... Goodbye! Clean up your act, man! Shit, banned forever? Imagine. What a nerd. Imagine getting banned forever. Sucks to be you. Sucks to suck! Natto? Like the stinky beans? Jogging. Rebel is now extra banned. I hope you're happy with yourself. Imagine making your problems go away was so easy. The dream. You wish. Please be serious. But Natto's the stinky beans, right? And you want to call me stinky beans? I'm so offended right now. I'm wounded, in fact. I'm gutted. I'm gonna go have a cry about it tonight. Because my power's going off at 10, so I might as well go cry myself to sleep, right? Dan! Daniel! Damn, Daniel! You're out here wanting to get banned as well, sir? Dan knows the rules. What are the rules of this channel, Dan? Oh, am I gonna drown? Oh, this is a bad time. I'm not letting my baby drown. I'm gonna rather teleport away. I can't watch her drown. You plead the fifth? No. No. You know Stinky Bean? Well, you want to call me a Stinky Bean, so I don't know. Maybe you do think I'm a Stinky Bean. Maybe you have some introspection to do if you want to be calling people Stinky Beans. At this point, the whole chat is boinked. Yeah. An interesting choice of words there, Liliana, but yes. Everyone's being a little bit spicy. Oh, there's a singing boy over there. Let's go grab him. Go think about it. Go think about what you've done and what you've said in this chat. Stinky but no bean? Bean but no stinky? Unbelievable. The audacity, the straight audamcities of these mans. I'm just not exist because I'm not bean, I'm not stinky. Therefore I'm not exist, right? You're gonna go into the corner now? You can take Jargon with you. All of you, get into the corner! Pick a corner! There's 4 of them. You're always spicy? It's all the curry every day? Oh yeah, Yoda. Actually, we were talking about curry the other day. I don't remember if you were here for it, but I know at some point you appeared. And I want to know, the curry that you eat, is it spicy? Like if you fed it to a white person, would they struggle? Specifically a white person. You can send me a bag of dicks. Yeah, I'm still waiting for my bag of dicks, actually. Haven't received it yet. Also, hi, Demon Wolf. You live in the corner? You've been here for months? Is it cozy? Have you got a little setup there? Yes, Kira? I said the forbidden word. Whoops. I just realized now. Y'all heard nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. I'll give someone the link for the bag of dicks if they want. Wait, is there a South African bag of dicks? You think Jargon dug the corner? Well, Raiden's gonna join you in the corner. Y'all can have a party there. It's very spicy. I've invited Le Caucasian Mensa over. Was that French and Afrikaans together? And they couldn't handle it. Oh, there's actually a South African one. Oh, that's crazy shit, man. You'd probably melt, Dan. You don't need spicy food? Don't you need to eat spicy food to keep warm? Hmm? Wait, what? Where was this guy? Is he just on that little ledge? Oh crap, I just opened Steam. I wanna die. Oh, he's right there. He's just vibing. He's just chilling over there. He's meditating by the waterfall. That's beautiful. I love spicy food. My body doesn't though. So when I eat spicy food, my face turns red. I start to sweat. Maybe I cry a little bit. But I love it. You have polar bear pelts to keep you warm? Oh my god. You killed your polar bear? How are you supposed to get to work now? You done goofed, Dan. How could you? You forgot what adverts were? Feels bad, man. Not me. You, clearly. You can turn down with yogurt or cream. Yeah. Dairy's really good at turning down spice. I was taught that when I was younger. Because I was at a friend's house. And she was like, if you're eating curry and it's too spicy, never drink water and never drink fruit juice. She was very adamant about this. And I was like, shush, okay. So I'm about halfway through the video. God damn. Okay, so now I need to go... It's from down here. Gosh. There's so many of these little guys. Anyway, yes. She said dairy. Dairy helps with heat. If you can't handle it, don't fucking eat it. No, she didn't say that. She said have dairy. Have something... Have a glass of milk. If you're really struggling, just have a glass of milk. Just give up and have a glass of milk instead. You drink water and fruit juice with curry? I mean, Yoda, you eat curry every day, so... That's fine. You should be fine, to be fair. Oh, is Lily's from the UK? I didn't know that. Eat a braai to keep warm. Like to eat the actual braai itself. The fire included. The logs included, I mean. Words are hard. When they get old and die of natural causes. Oh, damn. How could you say that? You're peeved, you were waiting patiently the whole day, your upgrades never came. Oh man, upgrades for your PC? What upgrades are you getting, Maestro? British. It's funny how they drop the T in British, but they're like in it and there's a at the end. Very mild though. One thing I can't stand, Liliana, so my family's English, but I was born in South Africa, and like my father would say some things really weirdly, like he'd say yogurt, and I'm like, bro, it's yogurt. And he'd be like, yogurt. And so he'd ask me, he'd be like, can you get the yogurt out the fridge? And I was like, I don't see any, or I don't know what that is. He would get so irritated with me. And I'd wait for him to say it correctly. He never did, mind you, and he'd have to get his own fucking yogurt. But like, yeah. Sometimes the pronunciation's a bit weird. You'd think I'd be immune, but sometimes things are too spicy for me. Really? Oh. You waiting on a board game delivery? It's 2 months late. Goddamn. Upgrade kits. Ooh, and a new case. Ah. I know my boyfriend's got a Corsair case. He wanted to give me his because he wanted a new one. But I kind of like the one I currently have. And I'm also lazy to transplant my PC as well. So, the amount of bits and bobs in there, I don't want to think about it. You avoid Eve Tech, you go with Wootware or Rebel Tech. Yeah, Rebel Tech's back! I know during COVID they kind of like, they had to close up shop. But I saw at some point they did pop up back again, which is good. Because I only used Rebel Tech back in the day. Oh man. Londoners? Ah, okay. So it depends on where exactly. Nelly, you're struggling there. So you can either write it with an H or without. Dan? just throw fuel onto the fire there. Just to make matters well worse. An H? Oh man. Not potentially burn my house down. Yeah, I hope you don't burn down your house, Maestro. I've heard it's a little bit expensive, those things. You're lactose? Oh no! Man. I'm glad I'm not lactose, because like, well, lactose intolerant, I mean. Because... yeah, I drink coffee every day. Or tea, or hot chocolate. Lactose intolerance. Yes. Endure the pain. Oh no! Okay, I have friends who do that. Like, well, I use that word friend very loosely. It's someone I'm no longer friends with. But, he would eat things with, like, lots of cheese on it. And he would fart up a storm and make it everyone else's problem. And I'm just like, what the fuck, bro? How can you do that? But you know, some people don't care. You'll buy elsewhere next time? Yeah, like I said, I used to buy from Reveltech all the time. When I was a spring chimkin. Do not know where I got my last bits from, but I think it was EveTech. It was a couple of years ago. I'm pretty sure it was actually during COVID when we got the upgrade kits. You don't fart? That's good. I mean, you probably should fart, to be fair. I feel like might not be so fun if you never fart. Nay, girlie, slow down. Where did she go? You get terrible cramps. Oh! Man, I hate cramps because it makes me miserable and it makes me less tolerable to the people around me. So normally when I can tolerate people or like... Oh, there's a little guy up there. Whoops. It's just like if I have cramps, I cannot. I lose all my willpower to restrain the rude. I just can't not. If not farting sounds painful. You just turn into a fart bubble yourself. Your whole body's just full of farts. Thank you for the bubbles there, Demon Wolf. Very appropriate timing. Alright. This little guy's doing his thing. This is possibly one of the most diabolical things that Hoyoverse has made us do. I'm not gonna lie. This is hell on earth. My god. I'm halfway, roughly. I say roughly because I still have more to go, but you know. Okay, this one we're just running to here. And the problem is, I've actually done a lot of these, and I obviously did them when they came out, so I cannot remember. I cannot remember what I did yesterday. Christ alive. I can't word. I cannot speak my mother tongue. You want me to remember what I did months ago? Not a fuck, man. Anyway. It eventually, after a few hours passes, sometimes it's days. No, thank you. Hi, guys. Oh, you got a big friend. Whoop. Bye, 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 bye. Rest in pieces, you asshole. Ooh. Is there a guy at the top? Have I been here? Whoop! Did not think that would hit me from that distance, but cool. This is fine. Your wife doesn't fart, she blows bubbles. Murder bubbles, but bubbles nonetheless. She gonna blow some murder bubbles if you're not careful. After telling people about her murder bubbles. Where's this guy? Oh, lol. Boop. These little motherfuckers. Where is he? I know the last one was here somewhere. Wait, have I not finished something? Oh! What the fuck? Huh. Well, that's good to know. The Aranara left? What? What? Oh? What was that? Oh, there's a chest over there. Oh my goodness. Well, now I know where all my missing percents are. There he is! Sneaky little poop. Anyway. The silence in your PNG is killing me, just staring into my soul. Sorry. Unfortunately, it doesn't blink when I blink. So sometimes I'm sitting there like reading something, and instead it's just sitting there. It blinks occasionally on its own. But, yeah. Doesn't always blink. You need the tired eyes again? What do you mean the tired eyes again? Did I have tired eyes? I had, where's my program? So, I just need to move real quick. Hi guys, I'm big. I'm large. So, there's a couple eye options, but some of them, this looks creepy to me, which is why I don't use it. There's like sleepy eyes, sleepier eyes, angry eyes, sad eyes, heh, eyes. This, I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't know where her eyes are looking, but this one weirds me out a little bit. There's these eyes, and then I think this is the one I had. If you want tired eyes, I can have dark bags under my eyes if you want. Or did you mean this one? Oh my god, I look grateful. Haven't slept in weeks. I do need to sleep. Goodbye. Bye 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 bye. I go sleep now. But yeah, they're still busy adding stuff. But I don't know what eyes to take, because no matter what eyes I use, I always look fucking psychotic. And I'm gonna take the I'm gonna take that away. Sometimes I have the little stars in my eyes. Do I look less creepy with the stars? I think those are pretty cute. 160p. Bye. Bye, Demon Wolf. 'Twas nice knowing you. Or I could just put them sunnies on. You only did cocaine once? Me or you? What? This is a very cute app. I love it a lot. Oh, and my leaf. I don't have my leaf. I gotta have my leaf. I'll wear my sunglasses then. We'll keep these bad boys on. So you guys can't see the tired eyes. But yes, I love the VTuber kit. It's very cool. And the dev is always working on stuff, so that's nice. What? Oh, there was a chest up here, right? Where am I? What area would this count for? Surely not this one. I don't know how this works. Hi, guys! Boop! There's only two of you here. Well, this is a terrible waste of resources. Whoa! Oh, wait, there's more. Hi, little guy. Do you want to die? There's more guys at the top. God damn it. Let's go like so. Oh man. The mushroom's absorbing it. No! You bastard! I'm scared of those barrels, man. They always launch my characters. Understandably. They are explosives, but you know. Alright, I came here simply because I got distracted because shiny, but there was also those nasty boys in the distance there, so we might as well go take care of those. We did get that boy, so we're good there. The Anya eyes kind of creep me out a little bit. I feel like if they were on for an extended period of time, it would be a bit weird. I don't know, might just be me. Oh, and there's a little cooking fire. Is that the one we saw before?
Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. You're a poo woo.
Oh! What the Cupcake, man! You can't just go around calling people a poo-woo. I can't say it's my favorite word. The cheek. The absolute cheek of this man. Can't believe you. Can't believe you've done this. Woo!
G-Max, you're also a poo-woo.
Yoda! Yoda! Come by with Cupcake. He's stirring shit, man. He's calling us a poo-woo. Whoa! Demon Wolf. Is that a sample from your waifu? You're excused, Yoda. Just don't do it again. Cupcake and I make— oh, I mean Llama. Llama and I making the same joke there. The other one was this way, right? There it is. Sorry, girlies, not today. No fart, no fart. You gotta do the sound redeem. Which, for whatever reason, Twitch wouldn't let me name fart. I don't know. They were like, this conflicts with blah blah blah. And I was just like, what do you mean? It's a fart! Stunned. Absolutely stunned. I couldn't name, for whatever reason, I couldn't name the redeem fart. It was like, this is in conflict. I was like, what do you mean it's in conflict? That's why it's called badonkong, because I wasn't allowed to call it fart. I couldn't, I was so confused. I was like, bro, I'm pretty sure I've seen people with a redeem called farts. But for me, Twitch was like, nah, son, you talk about farts, butts, and poops all the time. You're not allowed to have a redeem called fart as well. You've maxed your fart card, so you're not allowed to use it anymore. That's essentially what Twitch told me. I've maxed out the fart card. Pee-wee! Oh my goodness, it's getting spicy up in here. Y'all getting spicy. I just want to check. Yeah, I couldn't believe it, Kira. I was like, that doesn't even make sense. Why do other people have fart cards and I'm not allowed to have one? Make it make sense. Are those thingies that I haven't cleared, or is that like this area that I see in the distance there? Because I know they also got them swirly wellies into the sky. $136. How you save? I need advice. Don't roll. Skip. Skip meta, Liliana. You gotta learn how to skip. Because if you don't skip, then you're gonna cry when you don't get the character that you want. I'm also very big. I'm just gonna make smallish. There we go. Yeah, you just have to— so I have to skip a lot of characters because you can't get all of them. Ain't no way you're gonna get all of them. So I don't pull on every banner. You can see— okay, I was just unlucky. I never got Venti. I got this little dingaling. I didn't get Klee either because I got this dingaling, and then I eventually got my first 5-star. I skipped Zhongli the first time he came. I skipped to get Zhao. I skipped, but got her on a rerun. I got him on rerun. I skipped to get Ayaka. I skipped, then got Raiden. I skipped, but then got her on a rerun. I got him several times. He's C6. I skipped her to get her, but then I got lucky and I got him as well. And then I skipped to get him, I think. I can't remember. And then I skipped. And I skipped because I wanted her. And then I skipped. And I'll be skipping— where?
Cupcake, I'm a fetchu mabru.
I'm a fetchu mabru. Anyway, I do a lot of skipping. Diluc ruined your Nahida. He ruined mine as well, actually, I think. I think I got a Diluc before I got my Nana. And I got him at 81 as well, which was the worst luck I've ever had in this game. But then I got my first Nahida at like 14, and then the next one at 3. So I was like, this is fine, actually. This is a-okay. So yes, I do a lot of skipping. And I'll get some people on reruns, like I plan on getting Kazooie and Shinha when they rerun. Woo!
Come fate me, I have a pump from gym and ready to brawl. My BRU.
My BRU! My brew! Oh my god. It's kind of like when we found out you can't say tank in Genshin, but you can say dong. Wait, really? Nani? Mao's gonna be so confused now, like, why are you sending me stars, bitch? Where? Why no tank? What could tank possibly mean? I'm so confused. You don't have Raiden or Ayato, and you want Hu Tao? Oh, man. Do you know what your pity is, Liliana? Do you know how far you are? Sorry for using your chat to test things, Mao. Who's the next character? Well, you're on 60 with Raiden. Are you guaranteed for Raiden? You could... maybe Demon Wolf. You're not guaranteed. So you could keep going with Raiden. So I think Soft Pity starts at about, what was it, 74? So if you like continue to do single pulls until you get a 5-star, then you either get Raiden or you guarantee yourself for Hu Tao. You got Yae? Oh, she's nice. Woo!
Cupcake Marbrew. I'm a first Dan black belt in karate. Try me bish Maxio 1 pew pew.
Try me, bish! Oh, man. I don't know if I missed a message. All I'm seeing is, Cupcake and Yoda having a moment there. Okay, what was I doing? I was going somewhere, doing something. Did I do this one? I did do this one, right? Sorry. I'm just trying to see. This is the hidden Aranaras. Yes, I did do this one. Okay, go next. What?
Come at me, I will grab you to the floor and
Whoa!
make you tap out. You better hope I don't break that arm of yours. We will
Whoa!
meet at dawn and fate.
What the heck, man? You're spicy as hell.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, Daddy. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. I hope you're doing good, Daddy. I was just trying to see where this girlie went. Where the heck did you go? Where did we start? Did we start this side? No, it was this side, was it not? Shit. I think. Yeah, it was. Okay. Because we kind of need to go back to that area. Oh, I think I see where they went. There's a boy here. And then another boy over here. Cool. Let us navigate. Can I get there from here? Let's try. I can still hear you, but playing Genshin in the background? No worries, no worries. Thank you for chilling with us, Liliana. This way, maybe? Imagine Cupcake threatening me. You didn't threaten him back, did you? Did I miss something? Did you not threaten him back? I'm gonna tap out and make out? Wait, what? What is going on? You feeling sleepy after a muff? What was in the muffin, Daddy? Are you okay? Ah! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, 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 chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Tato raid? I mean, you're raiding the Tato. Close enough, right, Hooded? How are you doing, Sid? How was your stream? Let's see. Bam, bam, bam. What were you up to today? Your favorite bars in the gym. I think I read that every time. Alright guys, you know the drill. At the moment, there's a heart at the top of the chat. If it is not green, go make it green. Please and thank you, it's my favorite color. But specifically the one at the top of the chat, the one for Sydney, not the one for me. If you want to press that one, you're welcome to, but you know. Go press the one for Sydney. He also does Genshin. He does a lot of cool, like, I want to say, like, activities and stuff. You know, like, people who've been playing this game too long. We run out of stuff to do. He brings the fun back. He brings the spice back. So if you've been needing some fun activities in Genshin, hop in there. Go give him some love. Wah! Chotto matte! I'm just here for my friend. Guys, relax, please. That's what happens when you don't relax. Anyway. He's resinless. Resinless behavior, definitely. TCGs? Oh, man. Please don't judge me, Sydney, but I don't play TCGs. I haven't played it since, like, it came out in the first week. I'm very far behind. But I just can't be asked. You can see I'm still busy doing freaking Aranara bullshit. I don't have time to play card games. Anyway, did you have a good stream? Did you have fun? That's the most important part. Also, when are the new cards out? Are they out now or are they still coming out? Because I think that was one of the things that was in the live, is that there's new cards. Hey, little buddy. What you doing here? There's a girlie down there. Is she walking up here? I can't tell. Oh, she is getting closer. No, not my cookie on life support again. Bam, 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 bam. Die. I really do like that unit though. I think they look really cool. Their movements and everything. Not the Aranara, right? That's what I'm doing now. I am searching for them. This is number 38, I think. I don't know how many I've done, but I'm following a video because I cannot be asked. Necrosygist? God, I can't read. Anyway, I'm gonna call you Necro if that's okay. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the posse. Klee and Beto, new game mode? Oh no. God damn it. Give me peace. 32k Bloom? I mean, it's not Bloom, technically. It's Aggravate. She's killing everything. Ooh, I love Ayaka. Well, I built a deck for her and then subsequently never played it. But I went Hanzos and I did all the things. I went and got all the cards I needed for my build and then I just never played it. So I'm glad I did that. Hope everything is alright. Yeah, I'm all good. I just can't read. How are you doing? Ah! Please give me peace, game. There we go. We're good. Yeah. I'm probably more than halfway hooded because I know I've definitely done some of these. I just don't know which ones I have done, which is why I'm just taking it slow and just going through the guide. Because there's a lot like this. These guys were out in the open that I just didn't do before. Ooh, ooh! What do you mean down? Is there like a cave? Is this a cave entrance? Let's go have a look. Hoyo's favorite character. I mean, do you blame them? Ayaya is best girly. And if you don't agree with me, well, you're allowed to be wrong. That's all I can say on the matter. You're allowed to be wrong. Ooh, there is a little entrance here. 10 out of 10. Oh, and there's shiny boys on the wall. Have I been here before? Have I been here before? Yes, you have been here before. You somehow missed something though. Where's this girlie at? That way? Whatever do you mean? She did have a 6-week banner. Ah, Yoda, you know why she had a 6-week banner. There was Blooms. But I don't play Bloom Nana. Oh Nana. Where the frick frack knick knack tic tac paddywhack is this damn thing? I hate the underground in this game. Oh, this just comes out the other side, doesn't it? No, I don't want to go this way. I want to go this way somewhere. Why him say chest is this way? What the? Is that a thing there? Please give me peace. Now it's pointing down. Oh my god, there's so many chests in here. Where am I? What is this counting for? I'm gonna cry, guys. Lurkies, dindins, enjoy, enjoy. You got her and her weapon during that time? Oh, nice, Yoda. She's the first limited character to get a new skin. Oh, yeah? They did drop the ball on the skin. No, I'm gonna fight you. Hooded. I love the skin, Sydney. I love it. I think it's beautiful. I think it's stunning. What don't you like about it, Hooded? What is your issue with it? Tell me so I can laugh in your face. No, I'm joking. What don't you like about it, Hooded? A Yunjin skin? Oh man, you guys. Come on. Okay, so there is a period of fashion. Hooded, you should know this. I'm embarrassed for you. There is a period of fashion in Japan that was heavily influenced by Europe. Do you know what Ayaka's skin is based on? The fashion in Fontaine. Where is Fontaine based on? It's based on France, which is in Europe. You guys give me butt cancer. Anyway, let me play music. So if you're gonna be hating on it, and you don't know that, then ow, shame. But that's what it's based on. Oh, what is this one? I don't think I've ever played that one before. Imagine her using the burst with a baguette. Oh my god, baguette sword when? We already have fish sword. Can we have fish? I mean bread. Can we have bread? Let me in. Where? Why? Guys, this area is already 100%. Both of them are. What is this counting for? I hate it here. And the swirls are pizza dough? That's Italian, not French dough. Ugh, not this bullshit again. I hate these things. Not worth the Genesis crystals? Yoda, you take that back. I'm getting this skin. I think it's stunning. Let me light the candle! God damn. Okay, where's this nasty bitch? One. Two. Was there only two? Oh, there's the other one. What? Oh. Did he die? His body just completely disappeared. Did not, no animation even, just fucked off. It was gone. Well, Gonzas. This is fine. Alright, so now I need to... There we go. What's the Irish goodbye? Dying? Is that the Irish goodbye? The memes of her skin are too good. Ah! I mean, they are kind of good. Leave without saying a word, just disappear. Oh my gosh. There we go. Bro, I thought you were talking about dying. Because that guy died. He just died and disappeared. I don't think there was even a death animation. I think his whole being just evaporated. That or I just didn't see it because Yaya is a show-off. Oh no! Jargon, I can't believe you said that. Take that back. You should feel bad. I hate that I'm finding this now. There's nothing else in here, right? Why did I even come here? What was I doing? I was looking for something. Release me. Oh no, hold on. No! I done goofed, guys. Too soon? Always too soon. It's like when people make jokes about, what was that other, my brain is like, My Chemical Romance. I'm like, no! It's with the Alchemy Brothers, man. What the fuck is it called? Brotherhood! Full Metal Alchemist! There we go, we got there eventually. Whenever people make jokes about the... I'm not even gonna say what it is, just in case someone hasn't watched it yet. But y'all know, it is always too soon for that kind of joke. It is always too soon. It's never not gonna be too soon for that kind of joke. Forever traumatized by that show. Anyway, Alchemy Brothers. I got there eventually, listen. Is Fischl better than Lisa as a DPS? Listen, I haven't played Lisa, so I don't know that much. But I can tell you that I've been playing with my Fischl since the beginning of the game. I still use her sometimes. And she's great. What happened? No, we're not going there. In any case, yes, I quite like Fischl. I think she's a really cool character. Lisa, on the other hand, she's going to be really tough to get constellations for, because the drops are very rare for her, for Amber, for Kaya. So those three characters it's hard to get cons for. For example, I have 2 for Kaya, none for Amber, and 2 for Lisa. Some other characters who have been in the game since the beginning. C6. C4. C4. C6. Who else has been here for a long time? Bay. The Bay. C6. Who else? These all newer characters. C6. Well, technically C6. 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 Diona wasn't in the beginning, right? And Rosaria. They came later. Sucrose. C6. Lisa needs good weapons. Ah. So yeah, I've never played with Lisa, but it's also really hard to get cons for her, so I think you have to buy them in the shop or you have to get stinking lucky. So that's a choice that you have to make. Lisa's E makes you want to die. If you use a shielder with her, does that not make it better? Do you like the balloon event? I mean, it's over. I finished it. It's very bland and easy and nice after fucking wind trace. Fuck that shit. Diona was 1.2. Ah. What cons do I have for Diona? Is she C6? Because I know my Rosaria, my Rosaria is like C1. Yeah. But I know I had cons on Diona. Makes it better, but it still takes too long to charge up. I guess. not that the 4 stars that have skins are code. I just don't use Lisa, Ningguang, or Bob. Yeah, I mean, I used to use her a lot until Dragonspine, so admittedly not that much. She became very difficult to use after that. And then Ningguang, I actually changed her back to her normal skin because I just preferred it for her. I don't know. As beautiful as her skin is, like, it's gorgeous. It's stunning. But I really like the classic. The yellow just works so well with her design. I don't know. I like her. So this is the petals or leaves rather from that tree, which is why I like it so much. You can see it there as well on the side, on the back. So like that's something that I really like about her design. And then because I use this wind glider, it just looks stunning together. I love it. I think it suits her really well. She does have nice skin. Wait, which one? But yeah, I don't use them. I don't think I use, besides Fischl, I don't use any of the other characters who have skins. I didn't buy the one for Jean or Kitching because I don't use either of them. I bought the Diluc one, but I very seldom use him. But he's C4. Man's deserved his skin. So, you know, it's fine. But I've gotten all of the free skins because you get them anyway. But yeah, I won't be using Lisa. Even if I get her skin. Okay, wait, but there's more? Oh, what the fuck, man? What is this counting for, though? Am I just doing this for no reason? Oh, this is pain. What is this? Oh my goodness. But wait, there's more? Oh my goodness. What did I want? Musics. You gonna go eat? Oh yeah, of course, of course. Whoop. Have good din-dins. Thank you again so much for the raid, Sid. Take care of yourself. You hit 20k primos for the first time since the great gambling addiction of the Ganyu banner. Did you get Ganyu? Oh! Free chest. I'll take that. Yeah. I agree. What was that achievement? Is it just the chest opening one? No. Do not know what that was. Cool. 165? Jesus fucking Christ. What the hell? Oh, wrong one. Some wind... wind monster lady, yes. Can't imagine who that might be. What are those? Why do I not remember this area at all? Venti. Yes. Venti, the lady. Honestly, like, I started this game because I wanted to cosplay Venti because I thought Venti was a girl. And then I started playing and Venti was a boy and I was like, kinda glad I didn't put myself through the trauma of making a Venti cosplay, so, you know. Okay, well there's that done, so that's cool, I guess. I just hate that that didn't count towards anything. It's so dumb. Venti came at 35 pity after that in the next banner. Ah, I see. God damn, why were you wishing after you got Ganyu? You crazy, crazy individual. That lady drinks a lot. What, Venti? Yeah, she does drink a lot. Oh, gambling? Yeah, okay, that makes sense then. Oh, Hooded. Have you overcome your gambling now? You said you've saved up 20k primos. I don't know how many I had before. I've started spending all mine now. I have no primos left. Please give primos. You're clean. You got Raiden and Ayato with 13 wishes? Damn, Necro, that's nice. I got very lucky with it was Yae and Ayato, I think. Because I was somehow able to go back-to-back banners, and I don't normally do that. Fake news? No, look, I don't have any. Look. Oh, wait, you can't see because my body's blocking it, right? Yeah. Let me scooch on over. Look at that. I'm poor. I can't even afford one wish. Oh, not me. Oh, I thought you were saying. Shh, Lily! Lily! Don't tell them! Shh! It's our secret, Lily. I'm gonna delete you, Lily, from existence. Lily just preempts it and bans herself. It's fine, I won't ban you. Not today, Lily. You're safe today. But tomorrow! What's wrong with the Venti costume? Nothing. I'm just not too keen on Venti anymore. Like a lot of people, I guess. You can always gender bend. Nah, I'm not interested in gender bending. If I whoops. If I want to cosplay a boy character, I'll just do it as a boy. But I just don't think Venti's outfit would suit me very well. I'm actually gonna be doing Aki cosplay this coming weekend, in fact. With Mao Mao and the gang. The gang. Wait, did I do this other one? Let's go up here again. What? Why am I looking at his butthole? What the heck? Whose butthole? Why are we looking at it? What a weird quote. Wonder who wrote that. Yeah, Mao! We got this. I can't wait. I'm very excited. You guys have to remember Nat's funds is going to Baiju, her main squeeze. No! My funds are going to Shinha. We've had this discussion already. She is the next girly. The incoming waifu is her. I already did this one. There's a little guy sitting on a rock over here. But after I get Shenhe, I will be saving again. And hopefully get Baiju. I'm gonna cry if I don't get him. After all this time. You're gonna go do your Nihongo. Enjoy. Best of luck. Don't suck. These silly little Aranaras just sitting around. causing trouble for everyone around them. Senjin, hello. Sorry, I saw your message earlier and then completely spaced out. You know how it be sometimes. How are you doing, snack friend? Are you going for all high town banner? Nope. I'm gonna be doing a big old skipperoos. I'm not rolling until Shenhe comes out. And then when Baizhu comes out. Those are the only characters that are getting my primos. Ain't nobody else. Them primos is not for them. Ray was trying to convince me to get C1 Hu Tao, and I was like, nah. Because I don't really use Hu Tao. Even though I want a strong pyro character. I just don't think I'll use her. Just like, I could get cons for my Raiden as well. But that means not getting Shenhe, and I've been waiting for way too long to get her, so... This guy is done, right? I think that means it's done. Let me just see. Yeah, I think that's done. It's not giving me the musics, and the little thingies are there. So it is done. Okay. So I've done this next one. But wait, we weren't going there! There's a guy on the cliff behind. Unless I've already done it. In which case he won't be there. Yeah, I've already done this one. See, this is the problem. I don't know which ones I've done. Because I did all this shit ages ago. Also, Senjin, are you still playing Genshin? Where did that other motherfucker go? Oh, it was the upper one. This is fine. Alright, I just want to see where the next one is. Because yes, we have done this guy. 1, 2, 3, done. Okay. This is one's middle of fucking nowhere. Wait! Hi, Mystique. Why are your character switch hotkeys? What? This one. Cha-chang! 2, 4, 5, 6. Oh, because that's my keys on my mouse. Because she's a pro gamer. Yeah, totally. Let's go with that, actually. I'm actually a pro gamer. I don't know if you knew this. It's because it's on... So, if you'll see my skill is on 1, and then my burst is on 3. So... That's why. Because I use my mouse. Why was I coming up this way? Look at the shade, she's definitely a pro gamer. Yeah, the shades make you a pro gamer, actually. Oh, what is this place? Oh! Never mind. I do not want to be here. Woof! Nahida's the only Dendro character available, right? Ah! No, no, no! There's a couple Dendro characters. Tanari. There we go. I can show you because I have them. So there's... you should get a free Kale for something. I can't remember what exactly. There's some part of the game that you need to complete and you can get a free one of her. Tai Tai is on the standard banner now. There he is. Green Fox Boy. Obviously your Traveler gets the type as well. And then Nahida is the 4th one to come out. We've got another 2 confirmed ones. Yao Yao and Al Haitam. Then there's also Baiju, who... We know he's Dendro because he's got a Dendro vision, but we don't know when he's coming out. And then there's also Kave. Kave's also got a Dendro vision. And then... Who else was there? Who did I forget about? Lumion Gamers Rise. I mean, to be fair, Dendro Traveler is very good. Oh, is it floor 4 of the Spiral Abyss? So early? Really? That's crazy. Afraid to go for Tanari and get Mona? I mean, Mona is an amazing character. She's crazy good. I love my Mona. I never used to use her. And then I put some gear on her and I actually quite like her. Took me a long time to get there though. But Mona's really good. The thing is, like, you can't go for standard banner characters. You either get them or you don't. It's the same as the 4-star characters. You either get them or you don't. It's not someone that you can go for. You can't pull for them. So you can just hope that you get them. But you know, hope only gets you so far. Oh, it's a little singing buddy. Hi. I love these things. I got Tinari when his banner came out. Okay guys, an ad is starting soon. I need the loo, so I'm gonna just push it through and I will see you guys in a second. Did you guys see that? What did he just do?
最近の八重堂の小説は異世界転生ものが多すぎる。自分たちの世界がそんなにも不満なのじゃろうか。
Did you guys see that? Why didn't I pick a butthole? See, but I like it. A pussy tight pussy free pussy fresh. No, piss! I had that song stuck in my head earlier today. Oh no. Why you read? Because it was funny. One of us has to go in there.
Yeah. And it has to be switched in between, I think.
Do you wanna press the button?
I can press the button, I don't mind. I'm down.
Okay, please no kill.
Oh no! Why did you not do the thing? I pressed the button! Okay.
Hello, hello, hello. I am pig. Oink oink. And I don't play scary games at all. I am a chicken bitch of note, let me tell you. I get a fright from my own notifications if I don't see them coming, so... Beep 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 beep. You guys. I'm back. Alrighties. Let's do this thing. Did you guys enjoy the clips? Thanks, meow. I'm feeling snacky. I want a snacky snack. Do I have a snacky snack now or do I have a snacky snack later? I think I'll have a snacky snack later. I'll be fine. Alright. Goddamn. This is honestly gonna be the death of me doing these fucking aranaras. You want a chocolate? I don't have chocolate, man. Just one? Just one what? Bam bam bam. Bam 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 bam. Bam bam bam. That's not what I wanted. Alright. I was dishing up food with my parents and God pokes my stomach, says, "What's this? Suck it in." What the heck? Poke him back. Poke him in the face, even. Them is fighting words. I will go fight guy. Chocolates are poo-woos only? Am I a poo-woo? Can I have a chocolate? Lily. Sweet but scary. You had a Kit Kat earlier, but you know Jim kicked that shit off my system. Oh man, I love Kit Kat. That is honestly my favorite chocolate, and it's like plain as hell, but that's honestly why I like it. It is, and I when I say it's plain, like I don't mean that it's like boring. I just mean that like I can just enjoy the chocolate in it. No, motherfucker. You can simply enjoy. There's not like 100 different things that your brain is focusing on instead of the chocolate. It is simply chocolate. And I love it. I can have hell yeah! He's just mad he's probs old. Yeah, he is. I don't want to say too many mean things because it's not my family, but yes, chronic dickhead. He's got a terrible case of no tact. Don't know when to shut the fuck up. Don't know how to mind his business. Yeah, that's him. Okay, I think I found this guy because I actually don't know where he would be if he's not in any of the places I've just looked. Sounds like him, yeah. People who don't know how to mind their own business. Wait, what? Where was this one? Oh yeah! Why are you like this? What the? I'm gonna ban you, Cupcake. Easiest ban of my life. Whoa! And onigiri! You got no peace. No peace in your hearts. You're just throwing shit at me. Wait! I fought the things for this guy and just never spoke to him? That's fucking funny. You have a chocolate stash? Oh my god. Do you have Kit Kat? Or better yet, Kit Kat Chunky. I love Kit Kat Chunky. It's for me, Cupcake. Because I don't throw things at people's faces. And now Necro's in on it too. God damn. You have peace in your heart. You show love with violence. There's other ways. Hey! I could just ban you. And you wouldn't be able to do that. Am I going into the port now? I think so. There's Aranaras in here? In the tree? They're making me teleport. Okay, so the answer is not to teleport here. The answer is in fact to teleport here. And then I'm guessing we're just gonna fly across. Banning a homie, the Omdamsity. You know it. I enjoy a waffle or dessert pizza. What's on a dessert pizza? Okay, where are we going? This way. Oh shit, I see now. Roman's dessert pizza? Ah, I may have had that before actually. But it was just like, whoa, hi Spawn, thank you for the head pats.
Excuse me.
Uma person? Hello, hello, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome to the posse. Not the ASMR! Oh my goodness, I can't believe you've done this. Okay, we'll do ASMRs. ASMR is worse than me throwing things at you? No. You're worse than throwing things at me. Question mark. Anyway, let's start the timer.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker! I'm gonna say hi to you before I have to ASMR. Alrighties. 5 minutes. This is what you've done, Spawn. 5 whole minutes of me speaking how people should speak in a horror movie. But they choose to scream instead. You know. You need the Hello Motherfucker Suicide Boys remix. I don't know what that is, Cupcake. You're gonna have to send it to me or something. I don't know. Wait. Lurking now because you're making supper. Enjoy. I hope it's super tasty. I'm gonna fall. Shit. 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 God damn it. You love this so much. You're crazy, girl. I don't know why. Mad AF. You lost some marbles for show. Please don't slide. This seems legit, right? Who needs ankles? You're having onigiri tonight. I have some onigiri on my screen. In the middle, there's a little cat. It's mine to eat later. Primius, I can help you. Can I motherfucking help you? Sir, please, give me peace. I don't know where I'm supposed to be going, to be honest. So I'm just gonna pause here for a second. I'm gonna watch that. Not on stream. It's 22 seconds. God, how bad is it? shit. Okay, that was pretty good actually. You're making me be loud. God damn it. Cupcake.
Excuse me.
Mediocrities. I don't know if I said that correctly. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Okay, so I'm going around upon. Oh shit. Okay, I think I see where I need to go. I think it's this way. There's a little guy. Oh, there he is. You can see him. Look at this Okie. He's just fucking chilling up in the tree here. Not a care in the world. Birdie, move. Oh my god. Almost got killed because the bird. Imagine falling from the sides. I'd be a little Nahida pancake. Imagine how the fuck would anyone find this? Oh my god, my loot. Shit the bed. Why would they do that? The stress. Goddamn. Okay, we're good. Breathe. This is fine. Okay. Now I need the next one. There's apparently two up, or there's two in this area. Oh wait, this one's just on a rock. I might have done this one then. I say might have because who knows. Apparently I leave the really obvious ones. 60 seconds left, thank the Pope. Oh my goodness. I don't know how y'all expect me to contain my own damn city. In a whisper. It's unthinkable. I mean, I can definitely do it, but it's fucking hard. Not me just waiting out the last 15 seconds, please. I'm also watching the video, to be fair, so it's not like I'm doing nothing. 3, 2, 1. Freedom! Apologies to anybody wearing headphones. I hope none of you pooped yourself, but if you farted a little, that's okay. If you farted a little, that's okay. Just don't poop yourself. Necro, why are you beating me? What'd I do? I love how I went from 50k points to 47k. Oh my god. That's how much of a little shit you are, Cupcake. You being a little nonsense tonight. I want to say unbelievable, but honestly, very believable. Very on brand. Thank you for the head pats, Lily. And hearts for me? Thank you. You're a big shit? I mean, you're a bigger shit than me physically, but like... on a scale of shit, no, I'm the bigger shit. No diggity, no doubt. You gonna challenge me? I was gonna say to a shit off, and then I was like, wait a second. Let's not do that. Okay. Again with the poop talk. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It just, that's the direction that the conversation goes, man. You want me to just ignore what you're saying and just move on? Just be like, oh yeah, Cupcake said a thing, but I'm just not gonna respond to him because it's got the word shit in it. Use the poopy word, I'm not allowed to use it too. That don't seem right. Okay, so this one I'm almost certain I've done because he's supposed to be... Was it this way? Oh no, it's right there. That's where he's supposed to be. Is there a scale of shit? Shit is shit? I mean, shit is definitely shit. However, how shitty the shit is. We can have a scale for that. How shitty the shit is. Then there's a scale. Is the water mini boss easy in Leo? You mean the... This one. The Oceanid. That's the only water one, right? I think so. Yeah. He's kind of annoying. I'm going to be honest with you, Brimester. Because you get forced into phases. And there's also like a, what is it, 3x3 platform that you're standing on? Or is it 4x4? In any case, parts of the thing will submerge over time. And that makes it a little bit annoying. But also, you don't attack it directly. Instead, you'll attack these summons. And sometimes there's birdie ones. So you definitely need to have a character that can attack those. A good one to take that I always used to take was Fischl, because Fischl, her little birdie can just zap, right? But yeah, as long as you have a ranged character or a character that can do some kind of ranged attack, that'll help a lot. Nowadays, if I'm helping someone kill it, I'll take Yae because her turrets hit everything. So that's very useful. That's what the rest of us do. I'm on 63 pity exactly. After the last event things, dailies and Welkin. You'll do some quests later. Ah, yes, don't burn yourself out. Don't make yourself tired. What's the one for Kokomi? Isn't it different? You need that, but you forgot. Sarah would be good. The only problem with Sarah is that I think you'd have to be very careful because the birds fly around. So, like, if you cast it and you miss, you're not going to hit them. You're not going to kill them. Whereas Yaya's turrets, but also Fischl's bird, will stay on the field for a while to do attacks. I'm trying to think who else do I take there. I mean, Cryo's nice, but if you don't have someone who can hit them, it's kind of annoying. So if you have like a Ganyu, that could work. You need to start farming him for Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's Cryo. You wouldn't need it for Chi-Chi. So Chi-Chi you would need, if I'm not mistaken, Chi-Chi uses this one. The Cryo Rage is fine because she's Cryo, not Hydro. So you would need this one for Chi-Chi. Here's the things she needs. Hoarfrost Core. And then for Xingqiu, the water boy, he does use these. For Kokomi needs the one here. The Hydro Hypostasis. Gmax offers me chocolate and then fucks off. He went to go fetch it. Cupcake. He'll be back. Just like Dad went out to go get cigarettes, right? Alright, Alright, so yes, there was a guy here. I already grabbed him. I wonder... Cryo is easy to kill? Oh yeah, definitely. That plant is a lot easier. The problem with the... Oh! What do you mean down? Ah, this game! I don't have the energy, the willpower to go and look for that chest. Because it's under somewhere. So first I have to figure out how to get underground. And then I have to go find it. Ugh. Miss me with that shit. I'm not Juria. My dad is still here. Oh my god. You're roasting the mans and he's not even here. Unbelievable. We are supposedly going this way. He's not even here to defend himself, and you're giving him a roast. There is supposedly one in this direction. Oh, one of the other things that I actually hate for this area, and I keep forgetting about it, is that there's a lot of like logs and stuff, and that's where they hide all of those rock piles. And those rock piles actually give you percentage. So if you've missed one... Hello, motherfucker! Hey, Momo! Momo's here and Toto's here. Hello, hello. How are you guys doing? What's cracking, Toto? Other Toto. This is Toileto-chan Toto, not Toto Stack Toto. It's other Toto. Are you good, homies? Playing Phasmo? Oh shit, nice. I will never play that game. That shit is scary as fuck. I'm a chicken bitch. I cannot handle the spookies. How's Genshin going? You know how it is. It's going. Very simply, it is going. Oh, there's a little guy. Whoop. This guy's out here making enemies with these assholes. Come over here and fight me, you. Shit for brains. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop. Ah! Whoops. Let's not kill our cookie because of electrocuting her. Thank you very much. You're washing your car at this hour, Momo. Phasmo, isn't that scary? No, thank you. No, thank you. Listen, if you don't know this about me, I'm very bad at scary games. The last time I played a scary game, I was rather drunk. And so I laughed a lot. But I would not do that normally. I am awful at spooky games. I can't. I don't have the mental fortitude to handle spooks and scares and stuff. I'm a little bitch is what I'm trying to say. It's therapeutic. Washing your car at this hour. He lives in Cape Town. He still has lights. Oh, okay, fair. I'm gonna have that in a couple months. I can't wait to have extra sunlight. That's gonna be cool as hell. Even Lily says it's scary as fuck, but Lily likes it. Lily likes to be scared. Play Dead Space when the remaster releases? No, thank you. I'm good. Miss me with that shit. In winter, there's less? Oh, that's fine. I don't leave the house anyway. I don't know why I seem to care so much about the sun. I don't leave the house. Sunshine does not actually matter for me. You like the what? The spooks? What are you going to say? Tell us in your words, Lily. What were you going to say? I'm not sure if I understand. I played... What was that? What the... Shit. Huggy Wuggy. What was that game called? That's the game I played. That's as scary as I'll go. That shit was fucking awful. And, Nothing, Lily? That's not how you spell nothing. Huggy Wuggy is scary. I very agree. But I'm very glad that I was very drunk when I played that game. So I was very not aware of the scares. Thank God. I was just giggling the whole time. I was having a fat laugh. Okay, there is a boy here, but I have done the boy. I still need to play the second... I need to play the second part, the like second chapter, whatever it's called for that game. For the Huggy Wuggy. His friend, Stretchy Wetchy. I don't know what the fuck her name is. Y'all know what I'm saying. Whoa! Oh, is it called Puppy Playtime? Thank you. Woo! Jesus! Lord have mercy! Them bitches got fried. Will you stream it? I mean, I don't play those games for fun. So if I'm playing a scary game, I'm almost definitely doing it for stream. So yes, if I do end up playing it, because the thing is, like, I started it, but I was so like zonked. I had way too much to drink that night. For the rest of the weekend, I just felt like everything was running in slow motion. So if I do end up playing it, I should stream it. It's just a matter of when and why. Why would I do that to myself? Probably punishment for the amusement of others. Am I going to the right place? Why not? Oh! I'm a little chicken bitch. I have a really shitty heart. I have so many reasons to not play it, you know? Them spooks don't vibe with my heart. Stop switching to Yelan. Shit gamer moments. What? Oh, there's a chest there. I guess one of the nice things about this is accidentally coming across chests. Is this at least an area where I can get percent? It is. Oh, that's great. 10 out of 10. Hello, boys. Bam, bam. Bam. Imagine trying to hit a chibi. A chibi baby? Rude. Get fucked, you bitch. I'll be here getting spooked. You're gonna get frights because I'm getting a fright. I can't remember what I was playing. I was playing something that wasn't even a scary game, but it scared me. Was it Valheim? Every time one of those little like grey dwarves would come up behind me, I'd get a fright. Anyway, every time I screamed, I'd make other people get a fright. Anyone who was watching, they would get a fright. Because there'd be this like serene music, I'd be minding my business, and then all of a sudden something spooks me and I scream. And the people are like, ah! And nobody knows what's happening. Myself included. Did I get him? I did. So, yeah. Oh my goodness. So many of these guys. I'm almost like 2/3-ish of the way though. So that's something. That's cool, I guess. Oh no. Is that the one where I screamed? Is that the one where I was just giggling the whole time? My god. That shit was funny, like, because I was drunk though. Like, I feel like if I was sober, I would have been proper screaming, like in terror kind of screaming. Out of all places, you only have 100% in Mondstadt? Oh, Lily. Do you enjoy the exploration and the puzzle solving? I've 100%ed everywhere. So all of my Mondstadt's done. Dragon Spine is done. This one's hard to do because the compass doesn't work here. So you have to go and find things. My Leo is done. I'm just currently working. I have a 96, 97, and 94. Desert is done. Inazumi's is done. Enkanomiya is done. Chasm is done. What else is there? That's everything, yeah? Serenity Pot? No. You had to do Inazuma for the tree, but I ain't got shit all else. Yeah, I don't know. I enjoy the running around, to be honest. Like, I think it's fun. Okay, I don't know where this one wants me to... The audacity. They click on the first thing and then they're like, actually, you need to go to this one. Motherfuckers. Yeah, I love the exploration. I think it's a lot of fun. Okay, so this one is like over here-ish. God, imagine doing this without a fucking guide. Imagine being the person who had to write this goddamn guide. Lord, give me peace. Because this would not have given me any peace. Wait! How was dinner, Sydney? What did you have? I'm assuming I got this girly because ain't nobody here. How about you watch the video, you dingbat? What? I came across my daily. Oh! I followed the wrong marker! I'm gonna go cry now. Be right back. They are legend? Definitely. I honestly don't know how people do it. I'm following the wrong marker! Ah! I always have the nagging voice like, you should be doing quests or the event. I mean, yes, but what if you don't have... Oh, there he is. I almost left this one because I thought I did it. What quests do I have? I haven't done my Archon quest. My Archon quest and story quests and a hangout. Oh god, my hangouts. I don't want to talk about my hangouts. Chicken and lemon and herb. Ooh! Still hungry, but I'll have something proper tomorrow. Did you have enough though? You should munch on something. Maybe have a light snack. Dry bread and water. I don't know. Your internet's breaking? Sorry, Yoda. As through Mountain Dew? What? Your quests are too far behind. You have too many. Yeah. I try to keep on top of them. It's kind of nice when you have lots to do, though. But the... I feel like all of the quests, regardless of what kind of quest they have been, in this area, in the Sumeria area, these people love to talk. They're gonna tell you their entire life story. They're gonna teach you about their family tree, their ancestors, and all that shit before they get to the fucking point. Oh, Lord! It's a lot. These people talk a lot. You're gonna be busy for years. I mean, that's not a bad thing. It's thank you for the onigiris. You get people who will like rush something. They rush through like a quest or an event or whatever to do it as quickly as they can. And then what do? They sit and twiddle their thumbs and complain that they don't have content. And I'm like, well, what did you expect? There's only, I think, I've done very little rushing in this game. I think the most kind of like rushing thing I did was get Nahida to 90. And that's just because I love her. I think she's adorable. I want to put her in my pocket and feed her snacks. You know? And yeah, that's like basically the only rushing I ever did. Hi, little buddy. Gonna say goodnight. Power's off soon. Oh no! You're gonna be staring at the wall. Sorry, Sid. Take care, friend. Always good to see you. Have a lovely evening. My power's going off, I think, at 10, so I'm not around for too much longer. A Tex? Ooh, I like Tex. Tex is good. Oh, bar one. Bar one for me is always like, I don't know, it's too much. I never finish. Well, sometimes I do. But I almost never really finish a lot of my sweets because it's just too much. Oh, wrong way. But the nice thing is, Ray's got a hell of a sweet tooth, so... Lucky! Still guy don't got eyes. There he is. Tempo? Oh, hi Ryan. Hello, hello. How are you? 5 star. Oh, 5 stars good. You missed Tempo. What happened to Tempo? Did they just discontinue it? Text. Just for that, no chocolate for Cupcake. Also, Cupcake, I'll have you know, you said text first. Cupcake said text, and then Yoda said text, and then Cupcake said text again. So, they stopped it? Oh, man! Tempo was great, though. Hello, my voice? Can you not do that? That would be cool of you. Very nice. Oh, man. There's a lot of chocolates. Do you guys remember that bright blue fucking unholy concoction of a chocolate? I don't remember what it was called. Was it like Play or Fast Forward or something? Y'all remember the fucking stain your whole mouth, your whole face would be blue? Fast Forward! It was Fast Forward, hey! Fuck, man. I love that shit. You can tell Cupcake and I are dumbasses. Definitely. A pair of dumbasses. Each of you is one booty cheek of the dumbass. But it's fine. We love you both. Right, guys? Sorry, I'm just watching this person, seeing what they're doing. Because they seem to be going about this the hard way. Chocolate logs? Was that the marshmallow one? Just buy, what is it called? Sweetie pies. Cutie pies. Sweetie pies? Sweetie pie for your sweetie pie. Switch energy drink also started making energy bars now. Strawberry meringue and lemon meringue. I haven't seen that, Ryan. Oh my god, I want to go out now. Well, not like now. It's almost 8 o'clock at night. But I mean, like, I want to go out to the shop at some point. Cupcake's getting a text. Am I getting a Kit Kat when you see me next? We need to hang out before I move, guys. It's happening in May. If we don't hang out before then, no tears. No, I didn't get to see you. I didn't get to hang out. None of that. Uzis. What's an Uzi? Okay, guys, it looks like we're getting into the last the last leg of this bullshit. The last melon. You want to say goodbye? Yeah. We have to do something. I don't know what we're going to do, where we're going to go. But we'll have to figure something out, I reckon. Otherwise, it's just not gonna happen. Jargon planets? Oh, that sounds... Jargon's gonna have no idea. I would have to figure out who's gonna be there. My funeral. Jargon, my funeral. Who's gonna be there? What's gonna be central? Ice cream movies? I don't like ice cream. Bowling sounds fun though. 1 rand per packet. Did you bought a big bag? I don't know. Tiny packet, tiny choc biscuits. Biscuit cereal with a soft chocolate inside. And a strawberry. I don't think I've had those. It doesn't sound familiar at least. Oh! He's here! Cheeky little bugger. Is this just the same one? No Bing chillin'! We can Bing chillin'! We can have ice cream. We can go for ice cream. I'm just saying I personally don't like ice cream so much. Is that a... Oh, that's done. Something tells me there's an enemy in there. So I'm just gonna do a big old skipperoo. I think I need to come in here. Only ice cream I love anymore is cookies and cream. Or just the Oreo McFlurry. Whoa! Jesus Lord! Fucking spook me, sir! Please! God damn, you chose violence. I'm not in combat. There we go. I like, they brought out a McFlurry that is passion fruit. What is it? Passion fruit cheesecake? Oh my god. And it's the exact same, the way that they made the... Where's that light? Oh, there's a light up there. How they made the blueberry cheesecake McFlurry. Oh my god. So Ray buys it for me all the time now. It's amazing. Oh my god. I still think about the blueberry McFlurry all the time. But it's Gonza's. It's very Gonza's now. I don't think... Because I commented once on a McDonald's, I think it was like a Twitter post or something, and I was like, oh yeah, this is... I can't remember... It was a post something like, what's a menu item that you miss or whatever. So that's what I wrote. I wrote the McFlurry, and they're like, oh yeah, that's a special item. I'm like, yes, I know! Motherfucker, you think I don't know? That's why I wrote it. I miss it. Astro McFlurry? They had an Astro McFlurry? Willie's cookies and cream? It's like the Oreo McFlurry, but with bigger chunks of cookies, softened like a cake. Ooh. To be honest, because of all the load shedding, we don't really buy ice cream that much. And if we do, it's like a McFlurry. We'll just buy like a single serving. Otherwise, that shit gets nasty and like... half defrosted and it gets all nasty. Because like I said, I don't really eat a lot of ice cream anyway. I mean, I'm sure Ray would. Ray loves ice cream. Because, you know, sweet tooth. Oh no, this thing is locked. What am I gonna do? Huh? Rude. Did I get him? They're gone? Nice. Itai! How did I just never do this? So bizarre. I wonder if there's anything down there. Nope, we're good. Especially with our 9-hour loading session. Yeah, fuck, man. There was an Astra one? Oh, I don't remember that, Cupcake. Unless you intend to eat the entire time. Yeah, so my area is also pretty bad, Ryan. At the moment, it's fine, touch wood. But, like, I had, just like you, where it would basically be off for the entire day because there was a fault. And so, whatever was going on, like, it just wasn't working. There was, like, a trip or something. And it would be off for, like, the entire day. We had that once. It was basically off for an entire week with, like, a couple hours of electricity in a day. And I was just like, what the hell, man? Mad shit. Actual mad shit. And that's the only time I've ever really been worried about the food in my fridge going funkadunks. How did I just miss a lot of these things? The heck? Gosh. Got hard? Yeah, I would think so as well. I don't like cold chocolate. So chocolate that gets kept in the fridge I won't eat. Because all I can imagine is the feeling of the cold chocolate on my teeth. And I feel icked out so badly, like I can't. It makes me... Woo! Sucrose slap there! Goddamn, girly. Relax. City Power is just a... They're not a good one. They really aren't. They're really awful at what they do. Never experienced anything like that in Ranfontein. Their main tech that runs the grid lives there. Ah! Power back in an hour. Even if something exploded. That's... Wait, I wasn't looking where I was going. I'm in the right place. We're good. So I live in... I do live in Johannesburg. And I want to say like Randburg, but honestly Randburg is the least clear thing you could say when someone asks, where do you live? But yeah, my area in particular is just really, really terrible because they keep moving us around to other areas. So they keep like moving us onto other grids. And then because of that, it overloads the grid. And so not only those areas that were previously on that grid, but also us, then we suffer. And like we just constantly suffer because we constantly just get handed over to other grids. And nothing ever gets fixed. Nothing ever gets solved by doing that. It's just making different groups of people suffer. Ah, you live in Randburg too. Yeah, you see, Randburg is probably the least helpful thing to say. It's like saying, ah, I live in Santon. I'm like, oh yeah? Who doesn't? They stole the cables in the same spot 4 times? The fuck? No ways. That's insane, actually. God damn. Okay, so this one is over here. Yeah. I don't know. We hear about cable theft all the time. And I'm just like... Is it real? Or is it just a bullshit excuse? Because, you know, they're not shy to give us bullshit excuses. My favorite one being the coal is wet. Cannot, will not ever get over that one. I still can't believe it. Imagine if they did that, if they said that in any other country. The people would be like, are you fucking high? But here, we just... I don't know. It's not that we just accept it, but... There's nothing else that we can really do. Where is this sneaky motherfucker? There he is. You can verify it. They have... Oh, they do keep stealing it. Okay, I mean... Because I saw a picture on Twitter the other day, which I could have gone without seeing. Thank you very much. But it was a bird that flew into a cable and got fried. And the poor thing's body was like all mangled. And I was like, oh man. Poor little guy. But, yeah. I guess we have to believe it. Because what else are we gonna do? Go mad? Very likely. But yeah, it's so like, and maybe this sounds dramatic to say, but it's like so depressing. Like, not only just being in this situation, but trying to explain it to other people. Because it's such a wild thing. People just don't understand how a country can be in such a shit spot. It just doesn't make sense. You on Lucky's, Yoda? I was gonna say travel safe, and then I was like, wait, what? Oh, is he? It's that guy up there. Ah, oh, guys, come on, man. Thanks for the Lucky's, Yoda. There is a government-issued living space right by the bridge, and people in Syria are seriously considering vigilante justice as they believe the crooks are hiding there when they steal the cables. Ah! TSS? TTS? Oh, shit. Woof! Goodbye. Those guys don't drop loot here. Hi, buddy. Aww. Does blow my Brit mind how things like this can happen in this age or year. How can the government get away with this? The thing is, like, you know, like, it feels like people are just defeated at this point. And I think it's in some ways people are becoming way more self-sufficient, but the problem is every time we do become any kind of self-sufficient, the government's always like, oh, you need to pay us tax. For example, so our local TV, no offense, but it's not very interesting. And not only that, I'm just not interested in watching TV anyway. So like, we used to pay a TV license. I can't remember if you guys do. I know there's some countries that did.
How goes the
Oh, it's going. I'm on number 58 now. So, I hope that answers your question, Hooded. But yeah, so we used to have to pay a TV license in South Africa. And then we started getting streaming services like Netflix and whatever. And then the government's like, oh yeah, well, we should tax you for that. I'm like, no, I'm already paying for the service. Why must I pay you taxes? The fuck? Alright, no worries, Ryan. I hope your drawing goes well. Best of luck. Local TV doo-doo. TV license is a scam. Truly, it is a scam. We still have to pay a TV license if you want to buy a TV. I haven't had a TV ever in my life. I've never personally owned a TV. I've watched other people's TV, obviously, but I've never owned a TV in any shape, way, or form. My family had a TV growing up. I moved out and I've never had a TV. You're a TV? No, I'm a VT. You see, that's a little bit different because I'm a VTuber. Remember when City Power wanted to tax us for going off the grid? Yes! Did that ever go through, Ryan? Because they wanted to tax us for having solar panels and shit. I was like, excuse me? They still do? No ways! They can't give us electricity and then they want to tax us when we find an alternative. They can actually suck a fart straight out of my ass. That is honestly the most bullshit that I've ever heard. That's mad shit, yo. You can have my TV license? I'm good. Hi, Megami. I don't watch TV. I watch Crunchyroll. I watch Netflix. I watch The Wall sometimes because I space out a lot. Ah, thank you for the hearts. My dad wants to put solar, but the tax is rough. Oh man, that's so bullshit. According to City Power, that was all lies. Then again, they kept telling me technicians are on site at the bridge while I was standing there like a John Travolta meme. Oh man. Like where? Where are they? I'm here. Send them a selfie like with the bridge in the background. Be like, I'm here, I'm waiting. Where is the guy? Slash guys. Where are the people? I found that it's actually much faster to just look at the route that the person takes rather than trying to follow the video. Because I can kind of guess where the things might be. So I'm literally just running there myself instead of trying to watch the video. Alright. So that was number 59. Goddamn. This one is? Yeah, I've probably done this one though, to be fair. I've been past this area a lot. You send pictures, then they go radio silent? Of course. Because why take responsibility for anything, right? Oh, I've definitely done. There's 2 guys here that I've done. There's one that sits at that house over there, and then there's one that sits under this Braille over here. So I think that's this one. For some reason, when they brought me to this one, they did not bring me to this one the first time. And I was just like, but why? But I'm pretty sure that's the one. You little shits. Huh. I actually wonder. Yes, I am. How did you know? Oh, I have 160 primos. You know what that means? It's wish time. Wish, wish, wish. This one. Bam. This one. Bam. 0 primos. Mao just seeing the DMs that I sent him earlier. Ah! Why are you doing this? Why am I turning it into wishes? Thank you for the head pats. Why not? I don't know. I never did it before. The thing is, like, once it's primos, it can only be turned into wishes, right? So why not just straight up put it into the wishes? Because what else am I going to use it with the primos? I use the crystal things for the skins. And then, yeah. Alright, I wanted to double check this one. Number 60. Which one was this? Feels weird that I'm buying the things. I wanted to try it out. Because I know, you know, I never did it before. Bigger number equals more money, right? Yes, hooded. That's exactly how that works. I'm pretty sure this is the one that I have done. It is. Okay, this is fine. Let's go back and look at the map. Makes no difference, but feels weird anyway. Look at Mao. Do you remember when we were writing Tank and Dong earlier? Mao was just like, what the fuck? Girly high as hell. Yeah, ah. You see, some of these you can kind of guess. Because it's the little house. Or, at the very least, very close to the little house. And bunk! Ain't nobody home? Is there anything near? I'm gonna assume I have done this one, but I just want to go look in this log quickly. Whoa, what the hell is this? What? No, thank you. I just wanted to look in this log quickly. No rock pile. And there's a boy here. There's a log there. Is there anything in the log? I have trust issues now with all the fucking logs that have had like rock piles in them. Motherfuckers. Did you get 100%? No, 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 not yet. I've gotten some percent. I'm still missing some, so... we're on 97, 94, and this one's also 97. So, we started on 15% missing. We're now, what? 11%? I'm bad at math. But something like that, probably. Alright, I just want to double check. 61 is the little house, right? Yeah, there's a little guy outside the house for 61. Okay, that's fine. Looks like 62 is also standing outside his house. Alright, where's this motherfucker? Over here? Seems questionable. Is there a little house here? Would it be this? Is that a little Aranara house? Is it at the top here? What's the video show? Oh, he's on a rock? Oh, I think he's supposed to be over here. Yeah. If I hadn't, if he would be here if I hadn't done him. So this one's done. Okay, and then the next two are in the trees. So I have a thing that says come back to one of the places that I went. So yeah. I'm just unsure about this one. There's always an investigate point next to the Arara. So you can verify with that. The thing is, like, I've already done this one, so I would have investigated it. So the problem is I did a lot of them before, and there was a lot that I just walked past as well. Like in the beginning, because I didn't know what they were. But this is definitely where he should be. So he would be here. So we're gonna go ahead and remove that one. And now I need to figure out how to get to the next two. After that one. Yeah, that's definitely where it is. That's number 62. I've definitely done number 62. Alright. Okay, we teleport here. The next two are in this direction. Oh no, wait, mistakes were made. I need this thing for... That's not gonna go the right way. Release my camera! It looks like he goes to the floor anyway. It's maybe not necessary. Just to help you get across faster. What about desert exploration? Midget... Do you mind? What about desert exploration? It's done! Whoa! Onigiri, thank you. Look! He's done! What about the desert? What about it? I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know how or when or why I did this, but it's done. Alright, so it's somewhere down there? Question mark. Yeah, what about it? Huh? You wanna go? You wanna take us outside? There's a lot of... Oh, what's that? This is why I can't get shit done. Okay, put that in the memory bank. I'm coming back for that. Hi, guys. Whoop, 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 whoop. Ow. Yeah, look who died. Or me. Yeah, fool. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Motherfucker. How do you like them apples? What apples? That I just picked up meat. Those weren't apples. Jogging spicy today. Oh, it's a tiny mushroom! Ah! It's a little shroom pool! Oh, it's so small. Okay, let's focus. It's okay. Are you okay with it? Okay, so I think there's supposed to be... I think I'm looking for a house, actually. I did not go the right way? Question mark? No, I did not. But I did find something else, so I'm gonna go look for that. I just want to know where's the thingamajigs that I need. Mahida and her small legs. Wait, I need to go this way. Oh, it's another Shumi. The heck? This is amazing. This is cute as hell. What the hell? LA is doing a thing tonight, it seems. Yes, because I follow her on Twitter. I did see. But as you can see, I am currently streaming. That's why I'm here. And not there. Ooh, what's that away? Whoa! Thank you for the onigiris. Onigiri. Whoop.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hi, P-Squeeties. Hello, motherfucker. Still 97%, the audacity. Oops. Y'all heard nothing. I'm doing good. How are you? How are you feeling? You better? You better be better. No! No! No, no! I said you didn't hear anything. What the heck, man? Ooh. Still sick? No! But you're hanging in there? Okay, that's good. That's good. You gotta get better soon, soon, soon. Otherwise, I need to write a really strongly worded email to Gulf. Oh wait, it was up one. Boop! Jesus. This won't last, will it? He's taking care of you? Alright, perfect. I don't have a bow character. That would help. Bam, 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 bam. No, it ran out. Oh, there's one right here. I'm so glad I did that. We're good. Wow! Thank you for the onigiri.
補給が完了したら出発しよう。
It's still 97%? How rude. I completely forgot what I was doing, so let's go back. I don't even know what I redeemed. I just saw it was new. Oh, it's the little rice balls you can see at the bottom of the screen. They're kind of like all over the place, but them's little rice balls.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lily. Thank you, thank you. So it was just someone made this, but they turned it into transparent PNG, which means perfect. It's perfect for for them VTuber things. So I grabbed it. Because I don't know if you guys have seen, I don't know if I have any on me, but there's a food that the one character makes. Here, here. So this is Sayu's speciality. It's literally, it's from the onigiri recipe, but it's made to look like a little tanuki, which is what my character is technically supposed to be. And I wanted that as the little onigiri, but I couldn't find one where it was like a clean one just of the face. So I went with this one instead. Ah, hydrate.
You look thirsty as fuck right now.
Thank you. You'd been waiting, but you kept missing it, so you watched the countdown. Nice. Thank you, thank you. Wait, another one. Wait. They can push each other around though, so I think that's pretty cool. But yeah, so that's why I was like, oh, Sayu likes onigiri, so why don't I have some as well? Mine just looks like a kitty cat though. Close enough. What's this one? Material collecting? Oh no. Thank you for the head pats. Lord have mercy. This has been a day. Alright. I think there's one more for this part of the video. I cannot see what that emoji should be. Because it's not showing on my chat thing, it's just showing like little circles. Alright, let's see where this next one is. Can you delete this one? Is it up here? It's kind of showing over there. Oh, there's just a little house down here? Ah! Sneaky. Sneaky little crystal flies. Is this the one? There wasn't anyone there. I just wanna... I want to double check the video. Like this. Oh, I see, I see. Oh, that's cute as hell. Yeah, I've made that emoji on Twitters before. I know which one you mean. I'm pretty sure this is the one. Yeah. There would be a little singing guy here. I can't believe I'd done this one though. No ways. How like random? How did I even find this? But I supposedly done it, so you know, it's done. If not, I'm gonna have to remember and come back. I love these little things. They have little eyes that sometimes appear. Thank you, Dragon, for the onigiris. Alright, so that's that part of the video done. How's Sarah not falling? She got legs of steel, man. Gotta be legs of steel. Okay. Last one. Last melon. Ikimasho. Dem thighs. Never misses leg day. Truly, truly. Every day is leg day for her with these fucking shoes on. Look at this shit. She's gotta have giant thighs. Not these. She's got big beefy thighs to keep those legs up. I'm mad now. Wait, did every one of these towers have these little guys hiding there? Because that's wild as fuck that Hoyoverse would even do that. How is she climbing? Carefully, I guess. With her toes. Every single one of these little bastards. God damn. Sheesh. I'm stunned. What? With them dogs. Look at her feet. How does she do it? What, the tower thing? Yeah, so if you ever see these little fluffy things, it means you can activate it. And I knew that. I just hadn't been near one of these in such a long time that I just... You know, by the time I learned that, I'd already forgotten about these towers. But yeah, anything that has that fluffy stuff, it means you can light it up. Like all the mushrooms, the bouncy mushrooms have that. There was something else. There's a couple things that have that. It just means that you can electrify it. Okay, so there was a little housey here. There should be one here as well. But I've definitely been here. Whoops. Goodbye, cabbage. Thanks for the lurkies, Hooded. Okay, and then the next one I want to go to is over here. Did I do this? Oh, another one. Thank you. So this one, you see, it's over here. It's got the little fuzzy wuzzies. And then it goes higher. Absolute shenanigans. No doubt. Man's not home? That means I probably did this one, because he probably would have been standing outside. Cookie heals! Yeah, Cookie's a healer! She's very cool. She's very cool. I don't have any consolations for her, so she's not as good as she could be. But I love her, and I'm gonna use her anyway. Because she sparks joy. I love Cookie. But yeah, she hurts herself to heal. And it's good to keep her at like 50% health. Oh, sparks. Oh my god. Did I just make that? I'm sorry. I apologize for making that joke. Okay, so this one... Under? would be here somewhere, question mark? I need to confirm that one. That one's number 68. This one's just sitting on a rock. Let me go back up. I don't know if I saw a rock. Yeah. Pretty close, pretty close. So this one is number 68. There's a rock down here somewhere that he would be on if he was there. So he would be over here, if I'm not mistaken. But I have done him, so he's not there. So it's fine. We can delete this one and move on. Okay, next one, number 69, is over here. So we're just gonna glide down. I'm gonna guess that it's the big house over there. I could be super wrong though. That looks like a very big house for Aranara though. Like, damn homie, what secrets are you hiding in there? Oh, crystal fires. Nice. Oh, he's empty? Even has a spare bedroom over here. How do you even get in there though? It's for Aranara magic only. That was a weird sparkly. Where does this go? Eh? That was weird. Whoa! This looks like someone's garden that I'm just pillaging. I was just farming the flowers for my teapot, and after completing I realized I forgot to equip the gadget. Oh no! For the seeds? Oh man. I'm gonna guess this one I did already. Whoa! Thank you. Yeah. He would be on the log outside the house. So he would have been over here. Bunk! Cool. We move on to the next one. Getting so close. Okay, so this is number 70 now. This one we're going to. Pew, pew, pew. It's another tower one, of course. Yeah. There's a gadget that gives you the seeds. It's like a little box. This one, seed dispensary. So when you pick up plants, it gives you seeds for that plant. I don't know if it's like a chance. Don't know if it works with Nahida's skill, but those are the things you can get seeds for. All of these bad boys. I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever really used it. Because I'm a lazy piece of shit. But, you know. Does everyone have it? I think you get it as part of the quest. It's one of the quests you get when you get the teapot, I think. It's from some quest. Yeah. Sorry, Lily. Okay, 6 left. I can do this. Okay, it's over here somewhere. Let's go, let's go! Your EU doesn't have it? Oh. You missed the quest maybe? Or just haven't done the teapot stuff? That's not a good sign for my EUS. Oh no. Surely I would have done this one. Being so out in the open. Nobody's home? Nobody is outside? What do we use the Sumeru Rose for anything, out of curiosity? Yeah, this guy's very visible. Haven't found anything yet. Oh, ow. Maybe you have to do something? I honestly don't remember. Like, I feel like that was a long time ago. For me, at least. So there's no hope that I would remember how I got it. I know that I had to speak to Madam Ping. Oh, guys, not today. Hooded, is there like a route that you follow for picking flowers, or? I actually need to find a nice route. Oh, damn. I need to find a nice route to go and chop trees. Because I need wood, but I'm also lazy to go do it. I just wanted to double check this one as well, because this one I couldn't see it, so... Oh, this one's just on a lily? Okay, this one definitely I would have seen. Easy, easy. Oh, you have a route? Ah, that's nice then. I like learning routes like that, because then it's just like, it's something that you can AFK do. Like, a while back when I was farming hand gods, I had like a route that I would go every single time. Oh, this is not the waypoint I wanted to use, I don't think. And so I just had like almost like a route memorized for where exactly I needed to go. You don't have the seed box! Do you have the teapot unlocked? You collecting whopper flowers in someone else's world? You stealing someone else's whoppers? You should feel bad. Oh, Jesus Lord! Y'all did not see that. You need whoppers for your girl kitchen. So I know that Hooded is on Asia. I'm on EU. I don't know if that would help anyone, if anyone needs to steal things. Okay, that was this one. Now I need to go here. Guys, this is now 74. We are so close to losing all of our brain cells after doing this. However, we get to open a room full of chests. How amazing. All the Leo babies need whopper flowers, apparently. Uh-oh. I need to figure out... Maybe I can start farming for Shenhe now. You love rooms full of chests? Go to Hooters. I mean, what? Bum, 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 bum. Aranara is so cute! I love them! My little friends! We're going to find all of them with Nahida. She's collecting her pets. You know, like Zhongli had to go speak to the grumpy frog. Yeah. We're going to go look for all our little radishes. Radishes, carrots, cabbages. What else? Ooh, there's a thing I haven't done here. Boy, does this give you the seed? Because I was actually missing two. This one. I can't remember where I need to take it now, but I remember I was missing two. Was I missing two or was I missing more? Now I'm unsure. Oh, I hope I finish this before the power goes out. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? No? It's not? Oh! No. Because I can't do these ones. Oh wait, you can just step off of it? What? Hua? Nearly done? Yeah, this is like number 75. Whee! This I just happened to find. This just needed to be done, so we're here. But I think this was number 75. And I have one last melon to go. Goddamn. I wonder if there's anything else here that I might have missed. Nope, we're all good. Where are we now? 98! 98% for this area? Fucking hell. Give me peace, man. This one? This one is basically where this is. I'm just gonna... Oh, I need to do that still. I can do that later. I can just TP there. It's supposedly somewhere near there. Goddamn! The alternative is that I've already done that and I'm wasting my time. But at the very least, I still had to do number 75. So, you know. There's a little buddy here somewhere, if he is in fact here. Would he be sleeping by that guy? Because this guy looks like he wants to motherfucking go. Hello! Bam! 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 Good night. Rest in pieces. Okay, so the last melon. I don't know where he would be. I need to check the video maybe. Bam, 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 bam. Number 76. Oh, 76 is underground? Oh, I wanna die. Oh my god, it's so long, this video! Ah! Guys, please, give me peace. Underground! I'm gonna go cry now. Be right back. Why is he underground? Why is the last one underground? Is he not underground? Was I being dramatic for no reason? Legends of the Stone Lock? What the fuck is that? Is that a different video that I have to watch? Biggest underground cave in Smer- Oh my god, I'm gonna scream. What's this homie showing me? Ah! Ah! The last one is behind... Ah! God damn it! Almost killed my Nahida again. It's a big world quest, cave with 3 entrances. Hooded, I have no idea if I've done that. I don't know. Piss off.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're not really fun, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Literally me right now. Oh my god. Okay. I'm trying to brace myself. Nay, Brew, don't TP back. Just show me where to go. I did not see where this mofoka went. But it's okay. Look, you see there's a fluffies? You go boop. All of the things with the fluffies do that. Have you been to the place where you defeat the Pam 4 times? I don't know what the Pam is. Okay, wait. I need to watch this again because I did not see where this guy went. This is very confusing. Why is like 40% of this fucking video PMA or not perpetual mechanical array? I have no idea. I don't know what to tell you because I don't know. One of the problems I'm having is that I've completed stuff and this individual hasn't. So like a lot of the things, like the trees and stuff, will be different colors. It's the end of the world quest. But I don't know if this is doing the quest. Oh? Is this where I need to go? Whoa! Jesus! My heart. Pew, 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 pew.
Splendid.
Splendid. 21 months. Damn. Thank you, friend. Tier 3. Much appreciated. Ah! My heart! Hi, Rain Pain. You want help? What kind of help do you need? I'm currently busy with something. What do you need help with? You want to do the Raiden domain? What the frick is this place? Oh my god. Hold on. Oh yeah? Okay, let me put down these boys so I can just get back here easily. Alrighties, I'll help. Can I... Can I join your world without adding you as a friend? You know those rune machines which are tied to the Dendro jail? I think you have to clear all of them to complete this quest as well. Oh no! I have no idea. I'm literally just following this video guide thing. Alright, Rain. Drop your UID. Let's get in there. 743. In the co-op list? I can't just, I'm not used to doing this, so... Like a so? Ah, thank you. Alrighties, I'll come smack things for you. Oh, it's for emblem? I think I normally bring cryo characters here. Benny? I mean, you can bring whatever you want, to be fair. If it's a low enough level, I'll probably just big slap her anyway. Thanks, Jargon. Thanks, Hooded. I don't think I've ever joined a person that I wasn't friends with. Oh! I forgot. Domain will be different when it's a baby domain. What? Okay, they all died. This is fine. Wait! Stop dying! How can I kill you if you're dead? Whoa! How kill when dead already? Stinky helichos. That's a lot harder at max level. Thank God.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi. How are you doing? Hope you're doing swell. I'm doing good. Thank you, JP. How are you? Whoa! Jargon's got a caps lock on. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Excited to see JP? Yeah. Oh, nice. Free to play. Free to pay? Why are they all going after him? Leave the Benny Borkins alone. Whoa. Pew, pew, pew. Jay gone? Shit. I hope you're getting something good. You're good, fantastic. Any pulls today? Nah. I'm currently saving up for my girly whenever she decides to make her presence known. I need Shinha in my life. So that's when I'll be pulling again. Kazuha, Shinha. Those are the only characters I'm looking for at the moment. Everyone else can be gone. Shipatsu! Rocking the cool shades today. Yeah, because everyone said I had creepy, like, dead eyes. So I was like, okay, let me just cover them up. Pretend I'm hungover. That works. You hoped your low AR Japanese friend hit 210k? Damn! That's saucy. I need assist hooded. I'm currently farming this domain. But so far the pulls have not been nice. Kazuha and Benny? Ah! So were you... Ooh! Oh my god. I always forget how loud those things are.
Happy Cynical 17, Chom.
Chom!
PT 13 Datato Jam.
Thank you so much for 17 months, JP! Thank you, friend. I really appreciate that. But why is it cynical 17? Is that when people become cynical? Is it like typical teenager things? Oh, and the bubbles, thank you. And the confettis and the hearts! Thank you, JP! Goddamn. That's all the months. That's all the months in the year. And then some. Oh yeah, hooded. Was it your Kazuha and Banny? And they had Raiden? Who else were they using? Cause yeah, man, I've been working on my Raiden, but that was the most wasted ult I've ever used, but it's okay. What the heck? They were just like, I think not. Ah, yes. Okay. Sweet 16, so the next step is cynical 17. Yeah, I mean, you know, it kind of does make sense though. Because as we get older and older, our brains are like, what the fuck, man? We like wake up to reality. Feels bad, man. Second pyro, Xiangling. Okay. I see. So, does that mean that the damage type, then you would have big booms? Man, since I stopped playing Overload, I hate Overload now. It just bounces everything around the room and it's honestly such a pain to work with. But I guess if you're big hitting, that doesn't matter too much. Then it's a-okay. But yeah, I can't stand it. Like, oh, having bounce parties? Fuck that noise. It's not for overload, just for the 25%. Oh, so the Shungling doesn't actually do anything? Benny just buffs? I mean, I guess. That's fair then. So you would just use it for the resonance only. Whoa! One shot, boy. Which, to be fair, is not fair because my character is very built, but you know. So that kind of comp, that would basically just be like a showcase kind of comp. Like, it's a screenshot comp, right? You're not actually going to be using that group of characters together. Oh, did they leave? Are we donezos? Perfect. I hope you got something, Rain Pain. I know how tricky it can be. Oh, jeez. To get gear at a lower level. You didn't get anything? No! I'm sorry. There is the option to pick up the chili for some extra attack. Usually just put Xingqiu instead of Xiangling. Yeah. Got that rational team. Boy. Load shedding starts in 55 minutes. Yay! I'm so glad. Shipata! Alright, I'm gonna skedoodle then. Yeah, overload. Overload is possibly one of the worst reactions you can have. Because everything just gets knocked around. And unless you're killing things like, whoop, like instant, it's just really annoying. I can't stand it. Have I ever been in this place? This place is huge, bitch! Damn! This is a big old beach. Whoop! My biggest complaint about Fireworks Child? Beto and Benny. Knocks everything away. Yeah. What is this place? It's massive. Where the fuck am I? What are these? What are those? Good lord. Oh wait, this is done? Wait, doesn't that means I've been here? If this is showing like this means I've done it, right? Did I accidentally find this place before? Imagine I actually did do the last Aranara. Oh, that's done. Okay, I've definitely been in here. This bitch is huge. Goddamn. It just goes on and on. And on and on and on. And on and on and on. Whoa. I have been in here before. I remember this place. I feel like I came here a long time ago, though. This is done. The water level isn't lowered. It's not lowered all the way. There's still some stuff under there. So I haven't finished. Uh-oh! Oh, I see. Is the last Aranarara in the water? The last melon in the water? No, she was just taking a nap. Oh! I thought she was doing it again. Anyway. Fuck. I have 40 minutes. Why is this game like that? God damn it, man. Now I need to go find the video for this? Ugh. Okay, so this thing's buffering forever. Where can I get another exile piece? I don't think you can farm exile. Let me just check. I think you get it. I know you can get it in chests. Like, I mean, I've been picking them up today, opening chests and stuff. From elite enemies, domain tier 3 to normal bosses, weekly bosses, and chests. Oh, this is from the Abyss. Never mind. Ignore that one. That one's from the Abyss. Okay, so yeah, you have to fight elite enemies, bosses, weekly bosses, and the chests. You can open chests for it. Elite enemies would be like the Lawachos, the guys with the big shields, the Abyss Mages, the Rift Hounds, the Ruin Machines. You could check all of this on the wiki, to be fair. But the bigger open world things, they will drop, supposedly. That kind of stuff. But they can drop any of the 4 sets, Traveling Doctor, Berserker, Instructor, and the Exile. Normal bosses, so that would be like your Hypostasis, the Cubes, the Plants, the Geovishap, Magukenki, all of those bosses. Maybe if you're doing Thunder Manifestation for Raiden, they can also drop that set as well. Weekly bosses, those ones are pretty straightforward. If you have any of those unlocked. And then opening chests. Chests can give you... I think chests would be the best way to go about it. What happened there? What happened where? As for Abyss. So Abyss, I don't know exactly when you get it from the Abyss, but there's like boxes called the main reliquary, which gives you stuff, but I don't know how that works. It's dark out. Why are we still wearing glasses? Because we look tired and we're scaring people. But best of luck with the Abyss. I hope it goes well. Don't K me. The fuck? I'll K you back, bitch. Oh! And a capital! You motherfucker. Oh shit! No spam! No spamming, Cupcake! Teehee. Okay, Legends is Legends of the Stone Luck. Fuck. I'm gonna go cry. Cupcake llama, llama cupcake. Who knows? There's 16. Oh my god. I am gonna cry. Be right back. I just need to go have a little cry by myself. Ah. No sound. Oh, I'm tired of this already. Thank you for the onigiri. Whoa! Cupcake is just looking to stir shit tonight. Start shit, get hit, Cupcake. Hmm? Hey yo, I don't think we're finishing this on stream tonight, to be fair. I don't think I have time for it because I have to go and find 16 of these guys. You know the thing I've been doing the whole stream already. Blah blah blah. The thing I've been doing the whole stream already. I have to go do this more.
Bite me.
What? Wow, what is this place? This I haven't done? What the f- I keep finding shit like this. How? Ow. Ow! What the fuck? Yeah, bitch! Ah! Ow! Motherfucker. Where did you come from? You bitch! Ah! Panic! Thank you, Lily! Why is it so loud?
TTSE.
Yes, TTSE. Thank you, Lily.
Kupisiake I do nt like you be answer con fr on tatayanal con jargon. You can buy it in
What the fuck? I'm so confused. What is going on? I'm so confused. Oh my god. Ah! Stream elements can't hold you back from the oh, right. Sorry, Lily, but thank you for the subby.
Wait, use Nahida burst when you are cleansing the main thing.
Why? Where is this bitch? Is up. Whoop! Yoink! I see now. Ow! You busted! Brian sounded so sad. Ow! What the f- Can you guys relax, man? Come on. Give me peace! I'm having the worst time. I don't know where my brain is. I'm thinking about all those robots I have to go kill. This is fine. What a buttsicle this one is. My god. Okay. Wait. Use the burst immediately cleanse before the animation can begin. A bit hard to do. I don't know if that worked the way you wanted it to be fair. Ooh, luxurious chest. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Have I never been in this hole before? How? I'm so confused. Remember when me and Cupcake were friends? I miss those days. Oh no. It'll look really pretty. It was kind of scuffed for me. Try it again next time? You try it again next time, motherfucker. Oh. Let me in! No, I probably don't have many chances left. You can glitch through with a short character? Teach me the way. How do you glitch through? I ain't about to try and figure that shit out myself. Nahita's just making weird noises. Cool. Eh? That's some A-grade bullshit if I've ever seen any. I'll take it though. Ikimashou! Cheebs are OP, man. They're OP IRL too. It's me, I'm OP. I am the cheap. The cheapiest cheap. Potato cheap. You slinky bastard. Ooh, tasty chest. Give me loot, please. Thank you. Boop. Ho ho ho. Near the end of the cave. I just got here. You're on. Oh, 3-2. Nice. Whoa. Huh? Huh? Did I scuff it? Do I have to go back? Is this... Oh, that's where I need to get into? Oh my god. I was underwater? Ah, shit. How do I get back there? Where was I? I don't know where I was. I goofed. Whee! Yep. It was down here, yeah? I am under the... I'm not gonna do the accent. Where were these? These guys were in here before. What the fuck? Hello. Goodbye. There's a time and a place. No, 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 no. I don't do accents. I had this discussion with Yoda, didn't I? Yoda was asking me to do accents before. Gonna get cancelled, yeah. Guys, is this the way? The way. Is this where I came from? Am I underwater? Oh, it's so pretty though. Shit. Okay, don't go up any mushrooms. Don't go up there is what you're saying. That is what you're saying. I need to go this way maybe. You won't get cancelled. No, thank you. I'm good. Eh? Why does this not look like a real wall? Why does this look like I'm not supposed to be here? Are you sure? Something don't look right here. Call me crazy. Don't call me crazy, I'm not crazy. But call me crazy. Something don't look right here. If I jump up on that mushroom, am I gonna get yoinked to the top again? But it's blocked. Oh man! Fuck. Shitty titties. So what, I can't do it then? Cause he's a blocked. I accidentally glitched underwater. Accidentally. Teehee. No wait, that's where I came from. Not this way. I do want to go look at this though, because there's shiny stuff. Oh, it's just rocks. Te.
さて
Uma. Hmm. Can I go to that place where the wall was? Hi, 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 hi. There's a fake ass looking rock in the way. This don't look real. Do we go cheap niche again and glitch through somehow? Hmm. Game seems pretty convinced there's a wall there. There shouldn't be a wall here? Whoa! Nahida! Your wrist should not be like that, girly. Ah! That's so funny that I yoinked through the water though. Wait? I'm waiting. Can you glitch in? I don't know. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to see if there was a place. But it seems to just be treating it as a wall. Like, it's pretty, It do look fake as hell, though. What are those? Oh, with the top camera angle? I I think it's better if it's like an outside one. Because yeah, when it was inside, maybe not as visible. Oh, it's for me? No! Denied! Denied my treasure! Oh. That's still funny as hell though. Hmm. That's okay. I can do it another time. The only problem is, like, trying to find all these things. Because I have to find 16. I only have half an hour left now. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it, but I mean, I can start looking for the robots. Don't forget your dailies. I will do my dailies later. I do them with Ray. We do them together because I only have one character to level friendship. So I abuse his kindness. Okay, there's supposedly... Whoa! What was that? There is supposedly a robot at the end of this side. But I feel like I've definitely been in here before. Whoa! Explosion! Rest in peoples! Boink! Ow. Whoa, Jesus Lord! Not only did I have no HP, I then also drowned. So that was cool. Huh? Oh, Jesus! I thought he reset. Oh, he did it again. Stop it! I don't want to go fight those guys. If you have like 2 to 4 minutes, can I show you something cool I found? It's a glitch, but you gain nothing but a beautiful sunset from it. Oh, is it the one you fall through like... You fall through like boards or something? I don't know if this is the right place. Do I just keep going down maybe? I feel like I've been here before though. Maybe, I don't know if you'll still be around if you wanna... Maybe we could do it at the end of stream. Wait, I was in here before. Huh? This is where it's telling me to come. I'm so confused. You still be here? I have load shedding soon. Oh! I'm so confused. Why did it tell me to come here? He shows... But it says the first one! This is the first, like... This is the first... robot, but it's one that's under the water. I'm so confused. No, it's the robots, because it goes up to 16. All 16 stone lock locations. But this one starts in the water. So I had to do something else first. But it was in... I'm so confused. Ah! It looked like it was a location in the water. That's why I'm confused. I already lowered the water, so I maybe did one already. Oh, I see. Oh well, let's go look for number 2 then, I guess. You got to floor 5? Nice! So that means you got the... free... Wait, why wouldn't I just teleport here? You love looking for number 2? Ew. Ew. Sis. Oh wait, is this one? Ah, Papa D! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Bam, bam, bam! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, Papa T! How was your stream? Cause that one's underground. Thanks, Hooded. Ah! Welcome! Papa T, have you got load shedding soon? Oh, thank you, Dragon. I was about to do that. Hi, Mama B! Hi, Nova! Hi, Quacha! Did you have a good time? Oh gosh, you were playing Dead Space, Papa T, at this hour of the night? Mad lad, actual mad lad. Did you have fun though? Lyra Willow, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. How are you doing? Did you guys have fun? Did Papa T scream a lot? Because I feel like if you're playing that at this hour, you gotta scream. It's dark. That game's scary. Oh hell no. I could not. Gotta sort out husband things for Mama B. Oh yeah, go do it. Get out of here. Scram deadly, Papa T. I don't want to see you here again. Go take care of Mama B. Get out of here. But thank you again so much for the raid. You had loads of fun pooing your pants. Exactly. Exactly what horror games are all about, to be fair. If you ain't pooping your pants, you ain't playing it right. I can't stand those kinds of games. I don't know how people play them. Well and truly. Okay, so I went the wrong way because it was actually down here. But I have done this one. You only shot one time? No ways! Kacha, do you like scary games? Because I can't. I'm such a... I can't. I'm a scary baby. I scream for nothing. I scream when things walk up behind me in this game, and this is not even a scary game. Please be serious. I'm the worst. Oh, now we go up? So are we still here? Yeah, we're still here. Okay, there's a yoink up somewhere. There it is. I neglected to check where I'm going after this, but anyway. Yeah, I cannot do scary games. I have on rare occasion played scary games. I played, what is it? Poppy Playtime or whatever? And, yeah, no thank you. I'm good. Miss me with that shit. You love scary games, but put on a scary movie? Oh, what? No ways, man. A movie you can pause and walk away. Whoa. This one's actually pretty hard to, I'm pretty sure I've done this one though, to be fair. What is this thing? What are those? Hooded, do you know what this is? I'm just gonna mark it and be like, shiny rock. And I'm gonna come back to this and be like, what the fuck was this and why did I mark it shiny rock? Bro. I second that Papa T does not do well in scary movies. You have to hold his hand. Oh man. You love scary movies? Must be a classic. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know. I've never, whoops. Mama B calling you out. Mama B, do you like watching scary movies? Shiny rock. Yeah, let's go. Shiny rock. I'm gonna look at that later and be like, what the fuck is a shiny rock? Why did I mark it? Why is it important? Trolling myself over here. Okay, where is this shitty shit? Okay, so like Hooded said, I couldn't use the other waypoint because he's underground, so that makes sense. Psycho? I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't watched a lot of scary movies since I was a kid. For whatever reason, I watched a lot of scary movies. Maybe that's why I don't like them now, but I watched a lot of scary movies when I was growing up. Okay. I've been here. I have killed the thing. Is your new AR31 account good at free-to-play? I don't really know how to gauge whether or not it's good. I feel like, it's hard to say before you can get proper gear sets. Because I feel like the beginning of the game is really difficult. So I don't know, if you think it's doing well, then I think that's all that's really important. You have a 56, nearly 57 main? Okay. Okay, so you definitely have some experience with the game. You know what you're doing. Very nice. You love watching scary movies, but you have to be in the mood for it. Yeah, it's not something you just casually pop on a scary movie like, oh, I don't know what to do. It's Friday night. We don't just casually pop on a scary movie for sure. Least of all me. I don't know what what state I'd have to be in to just turn on a scary movie. Psycho's a golden olden in black and white. Okay, definitely have not watched it then. I think the only black and white movies I really watched growing up were like war movies, because for some reason that was always on TV. Could not tell you why. Okay, so there used to be a guy in the field here, but as you can see, there is now nothing. Gaze upon my field of fucks, for it is barren. There's the stones for it. There's now a little jobby over there. Okay, this one's done. 5th. I'll be honest, as a major weeb, I watch a lot of anime movies. More so than anything else. I like animation just in general. So, not necessarily only Japanese animation, but like Korean, Chinese, American. Don't matter what it is. Thank you, Lily, for the love. For the mods. For the good boys. Okay, this one's definitely done. I, in fact, remember fighting that one and being annoyed because I jumped down first and then realized I had to get something at the top. I played myself, guys. I played myself. It was definitely a me problem. It'd be like that sometimes, though. There's one here somewhere. You watched the One Piece film Red for free? It's on Netflix? I'll be honest, I have no idea. I haven't watched One Piece since about like maybe like 600, episode 600. It's man, I can never remember what the fucking arc is called. Oh, here's one I haven't done. Nice. It's the guy, it's the flamingo man. What's his name? You know we appreciate you. Hi, Spawn. You do? I appreciate you. How could you? Betrayal! Ultimate betrayal. Spawn, why you like this? Oh, his name is Flamingo. Goddamn. Goddamn, why you like this? Okay, 5 minutes. I'm just gonna swapsies my team quick. Debatable, Spawn. Really debatable. Anyway, this is fine. We're okay. We're not gonna cry. Okay, let's go, let's go. Oh, this little mushy friend. Rest in pieces, buddy. But also, who the fuck asked? Full name is Spawn of Satan, so you do the math. I love it, I love it. The storylines in the intro, I mean, they're pretty straightforward from the beginning of the anime, what it's about, so, like, you know. You basically, you know where it's going. Where it should be going at the very least. Oh, that didn't count. Uh-oh. And we go, bam. And bam. And bam. And this is why I love my charity. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey yo. Hey yo. Boy. Thank you for the lurkies, Papa T. Lily, have you seen my Ito? Bam! My boy. He's best boy. I love Ito. And Lily, the best part of my Ito is that he didn't lose a single 50-50. I had 2 guarantees, and the rest all won the 50-50. So this boy wanted to be here so bad. Yeah, boy. What do you mean, nah? What do you mean, nah? You don't believe me? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. You don't believe me, Rain? Do you want to see? Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. 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 Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Pew, 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 pew. Okay, so Chi-Chi, yeah, guaranteed 50-50. Okay, then the next one, Chi-Chi, guaranteed 50-50, 50-50. Then 50-50, because it was after Nana. 50-50, 50-50. Oh, this is Paimon.moe. So yeah. What do you mean, why is Diluc there? Because I got him before I got Naida. But yes, I was guaranteed once, I was guaranteed twice. This was a 50-50, 50-50, 50-50. Both of these were 50-50s. And then his weapon came on pull number 6, so that was nice. How do you do it? Alright, so it's a little bit, I think it's a little bit annoying to do. So you gotta auto import. So on the wish counter, like the tab on the left, it says wish counter. You go auto import at the top there. You select your server. I'm on PC. So what I do is this method. So you open it, then you open your wish history, wait for it to load. Then you use PowerShell. You put this junk in it. Press enter. It copies a link for you. You put the link here. It's pretty straightforward. The only problem is, I think it can't pull your entire history. It can only pull like 6 months or something. So, yeah. But that's how... Because I have no other way to prove that I did not lose any 50-50s with my Ito. Thank you for the onigiri. I need to get going soon. Okay. Where did we get to? Did this one? How do you know if you've done all the robots though? That's what I want to know. How would you know? Because again, it's telling me there's one here. And I'm like, didn't I do this? There definitely wasn't a guy here. Guess? No, I hate that method. Hello, motherfucker. Ah, Tiff, hello. How are you doing? There's an achievement? Oh, I got an achievement. But I didn't look at it because I was lazy. Complete arrow dashes. Unfinished business? Is it that? Is it? I'm just Google fooing quickly. It's that? I did the last one? Are you joking me? Shit. Now what do I do? Do I have to go back? You just got home? It's like 10 o'clock at night. What the heck? I'm doing good though. Ah! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Mama! Bow, bow, bow. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hello, hello. How was your stream, Mama? You're playing Overwatch too? Did you pew all the bitches? Did you get them? Hi, Empyrean Innovator. I hope I said that correctly. Hello, hello. Welcome in on the raid, raiders. Did you guys have fun? Did Mama get all the sick trick shots and the... I don't play pew games. Can you tell? Joys of working in commercials. Ah, yes. You mentioned before that you work on sets. Ah. I hope you get some rest tonight then, Tiff. You must take care of yourself. But just welcome, raiders. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Nat or Tato. I stream all the things, but I really like playing Genshin Impact. Which is what I am currently playing. Does anybody in chat play? Besides my peepers. My peepers don't answer this question. Did we do the other shouty-outy? Yes, there! Okay, guys, at the top of the chat, there is a shouty-outy for Mama. If you do not already follow her, please go make the heart green. It's my favorite color. And it would mean a lot to me if you make the heart green. Yeah? Do you stream Terraria? No. Mao, I will ban you, sir. Please. I'm sad I never saved my previous wishes for that website. Ah, yeah. That's the thing. I think it only takes like 6 months. 6 months. Not yet. Okay, so no, wait, no, I want to know. Mao is banned. Mao, you banned yourself, sir. Please be serious. What's Genshin? Oh my goodness. You see, this is why I can't have nice things, because as soon as I ask a question, my whole community just trolls me. These motherfuckers. My model is so cute. Thank you. It's what was the command again? Is it Vtato stuff? Yeah. So the one I'm currently using is the VTuber kit one. So that's an outdated one, but that Twitter is the Twitter of the creator, the person who made it, and this is free. You can customize it quite nicely. They keep adding more stuff as well. I love it. I love it. The dev is also really nice. So yeah. If you wanna give it a spin, if you wanna give it a go, because yeah, it's a lot of fun to play around with. Even if you just do it for the lols, even if you just do it for fun, it's free and easy, and I love it. I don't know if you can tell. Who did? What is this? This is some garbungos in my face. What is this? What is the scammers? Did I break it? Alright guys, I need to... I know Mama just raided. However, I am going to be hit by load shedding in a moment. Would you mind if I grab myself a model? Why are you asking me? Go do it! Why would I mind? Go! Mama! You better send... Just... The only thing you owe me is a picture of it before you do the thing. I want to see it before anyone else. I want to... Okay, wait. Solden can see first. Then me. Yeah. When will the next Wish banner reset? I want to save it before it all goes. I don't know when the next banner is. Bam. Because it's inspiration from you? Yeah, but it's not mine. But yes, go for it. Go. No need to ask. I'm freely promoting this creator because I can't support them financially, but I want more people to know about their app because they're really putting in a lot of really cool work. So I hope more people can learn to appreciate their stuff. Okay, so this has got just over a week. So I would say 8 days. 8-9 days until the next banner. I'm still glitched underwater. I have to go talk to the melon upstairs. Oh my god. I don't have time to do this before I end stream though. Oh, because my computer's gonna probably, because I have like 20 things open. But let's see if I can downsize. Maybe I'll be safe. Unlikely, but we'll see. I might just exit Genshin and try my luck. It's like 5 minutes. Unfortunately, I don't have 5 minutes hooded. You know how the load shedding stuff works, homie. I'm gonna get the boots. I can save it though. I can save it for Wednesday because I'll stream again. I'll stream Genshin on Wednesday. We're doing Japanese tomorrow, right? Where am I? Is it? I have to figure out where my head is.
Got him!
Ah, thank you! Imperial Innovator, thank you for the gift subby to Mama Succubus. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I need to find me a raid target. I just want to check to see who raided me last. Let's see if anyone's online that I can raid. Because I like to do what I call a revenge raid. How dare you support me? I will support you back. Okay, the last person who raided me was Mama. Let's go raid Mama. Alright, hold on. Go find a peepo. There's a couple people, but I know a lot of people raided me tonight. Let's see. Who would be on? Jinxie? Bueno, Jinxie. What? Whoa. So many people online. Goddamn. Yoda? Is a Yoda streaming? Yoda is streaming. Because he raided me 3 days ago. So it's my turn now. It's time for the revenge raid. I'm all about that revenge. You may not support me without me supporting you back. It's just how it goes. D-Max. Alright, guys. You know we have a lot of love in our hearts. Invalid! I can't spell. Let me try again. Like so? Redo. We redo. Yes, we go. Okay, we're taking all the love in our hearts, right? We have a lot of love. We're gonna take all of it. Squeeze it into a little ball. And then we're gonna throw it at Yoda in the form of the raid message, yeah? All of the love in our hearts. Imagine being invalid. Ah! Hydrate and get snackos. Yes. Lily. We can look at the sunset next time, yeah? That would be really cool. Sorry we didn't get to do it tonight, but I do need to run.